Welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on, I don't know if they can hear you. There we go. Now you should be able. Now they should hear you. They can hear you now. Say something.
Hello, Jack.
There you go.
Hello.
There we go. All right.
It's me, Rosa Coaddle.
Waddle. Okay.
Back for another welcome to the Foxhole episode.
Yeah, we're on episode 55. Chucking along, just racking them up. We've gotten a little bit of a subscriber, just a little bit. We've gotten we're up to 70.
Chad, we're only 21 away. We're only 21 away from being at 100.
22.
Oh
wait, no, I think you're right. 21. I need to reload.
Yeah, we're at 79.
Well, the 79, that last one came like within the last few minutes, literally. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're 21 away, chap. We're 21 away from hitting triple digits.
Yeah, we're close.
Here's the warning, Rosa. Sorry. My bad.
I'm trying to push the show. Yeah, the goal chat, as I want to see the show hit 100 subs by the end of the year. I think that's a reasonable goal. And I also let me actually bring it up. I'm not going to bring it up. I'm going to put a link to it in chat. But I started a Twitter account just for the show. Chat. Let me bring it up for you. There we go. Okay. I don't want that. Back. Stupid thing. Here. There we go. And stick it. Actually, let me do it in Restream because we're also on Rumble.
Oh wow! I forgot about that.
Yeah, we're on Rumble. We're on, and now we are also this stream. It used to because we've been streaming to Twitter for a while now, but it used to be my account that it was streaming to. Now it's streaming to the Foxhole podcast dedicated account. So yeah, it's like completely separate. The only thing that's still tying it to me specifically is the logo in the upper left hand corner, which is just me. So that's the next thing I gotta work on. Is I gotta find somebody to do a logo that's for the podcast and not me.
The both of us.
Yeah, because the thing is that yeah, I have like this steampunky kind of vibe to it, but like the Rosa blacksmith can very easily just get plopped into that world, and it's like totally fine. Like
Rosa also has a bit of like a steampunk aesthetic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And stuff.
Yeah, it totally has. Yeah, it absolutely has like a steampunky aesthetic anyway. Like Rosa, like really easily can just get dropped into the world, and yeah, it's so like the bar works for both of us very well. I still got to get a bartender back there.
We're hiring.
Well, the idea, and I have to. It's so hard to find time these days, chat. It's so hard. It's taking up enough time just trying to push the Foxhole every couple days over on Twitter and stuff like that to get to 100 subs. But the idea is that I put up the Foxman avatar, the Foxman VTuber model, and I have it, and I have him be the bartender because kind of looks like one when you take the coat off. In fact, my human character does too. Like, look. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah.
Oh wow! Look at him. He's all dressed up.
But I mean, where's the coat? Where the hell is the jacket? There it is.
He's all bartendy.
I take. Oh, why isn't it? Come on. Well, maybe there we go. Yeah. See, when I take the jacket off, I look like a bartender. But the Fox guy does too, kind of. So the idea is that I get the Live 2D model back there behind the bar, the Foxman model as the bartender, and I hook the bartender up to TTS, to a TTS system that chat can do paid donations to. and so that way the bartender will be able basically channel chat. The chat will be able to puppet the bartender basically and make him say things.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put my jacket back on because it's cold. I hit some other button too. What did I hit? I hit happy, I think. There we go. I don't usually use my so chat.
Yeah, that's
quick tip.
They're
chat.
mostly for like they're mostly like for thumbnails.
Yeah, they're mostly for thumbnails and just for creating pictures. That's the only reason really to have them. Like they don't really get used when you're like actually on stream. The only thing that I'll do sometimes, if I remember, is I have like a gamer toggle that I'll put up, so he's like fucking with a controller. But I usually like that, and I really wish that I could use this more because the controller is like a custom built controller. Like if I zoom in, it's all like black and bronze, and it has like gears for the joysticks.
It's very cool.
But I never remember that I have it, and so I never use it. But yeah, that's the thing. If you ever decide to become a crazy person and get into VTubing and get a model, when you're commissioning like what expressions and stuff like that and alternate outfits you want to have thumbnails and promotional material in mind and not like what you're going to be doing on stream, because you're not going to be using any of that shit while on stream, very rarely at least.
You know what you can do so you never forget to use a controller? Set up a mix-it-up command for your Stream Deck so that whenever you click on the gaming like scene, it also toggles the controller on your model.
Oh, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
That's not a bad idea. I'll definitely put that on my list of things to procrastinate on.
Fair enough.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at, really. I mean, you have to understand, chat. Like, this is just all my streaming stuff is just, just for fun side gig kind of stuff. It's not my top priority. So it's just, I put things off because of that.
That's fair. It's fair.
So it is what it is. But anyway, we do have a show to do. But first, how has your week been?
Week's been good. Week's been good. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I feel like there's something that I like repressed, and I don't know what it is. I'd have to look back to my week to see if I can remember it. But I feel like my week's been good. We did D&D. It was an absolutely awesome session. It went really, really well. I need to change the title for it because the title is insert title. Space Vault. We scheduled tons of shit. We spent 12 hours scheduling fucking Myth and Mercury streams.
Mm-hmm.
And then we spent 12 hours playing D&D. So it's been a very D&D week. We also spent me and Trim hopped back onto Divinity for the last time this month before he goes off to I don't know why I was gonna say he goes off to war. He goes off to work.
Well, that's what he is. He works on a boat, so.
Yeah. But Pay and I have done some Dark Souls this week. We finished the Demon of Song and Shrine of Amana, the most annoying area of the base game, and we did the Undead Crypt. We beat Velstad. So
keep talking. I'll be right back. Keep talking. I can hear you, but keep talking.
Okay. But yeah, we're now in the mansion. We're now in Aldia's mansion, his manor. Besides that, played some Modes of Fallen with Jazz. We actually made some fucking progress finally. And Paige done some planning stuff. Paige done some Minecraft. Paige done some Lethal Company as she does every week. But I spent a significant amount of time yesterday working on stuff for Myth and Mercury, which is again coming together. Chat, if you haven't subscribed to the Myth and Mercury channel, go subscribe! That's where all of our D&D content's going to go in the future, and there's currently reruns of our current campaign. Once the reruns are over, we will start streaming on that channel. But anywho's, I've been working on a system so that whenever we play D&D in the future, chat, you can't just manipulate the HP. We're coming up with a system so that you guys will have, basically, you can donate a small amount to register yourself, right, as a deity on our, like, we're gonna have like its own funding list for the D&D stuff, right? And basically, we're gonna have 10 different domains of which you, as a chatter, can become a deity, right? And then each domain's gonna have like 5 different abilities that are based off of money spent, right? So like the damage will be determined by how much money you spend, or how much you heal will be determined by how much money you spend, or how much like the buff will be determined by how much money you spent, stuff like that, right? That's what we're working on currently.
I'm back.
Hello. But yeah, that's what we're currently working on. And so basically, how it's gonna work is that if, like, you can basically pick a domain, right, when you spend monies, and then you become permanently a deity of that domain for that campaign. And so whenever you donate money, you can basically use that money to cause effects to occur during the D&D. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be fun. I came up with some abilities, and like I've been thinking about whether or not they're too strong. And like, because I the way I did them was that basically the strength of the ability is determined by how much money you spend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But you can use any ability with even just $1, except, so for example, like the first one I worked on was Tempest domain, which is like god of like storms and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Winds, rain, right? Stuff like that, right? Lightning, thunder. And one of the abilities is essentially a thunderous boom. I think you're gonna like this ability, Helmsman. A thunderous boom occurs, and then all creatures that can hear, have to make a save. Really difficult save, because it's, these are deity powers. Really difficult save, and depending on whether or not they succeed or fail, I think I'm actually gonna lower the save. It doesn't need to be that strong, because it does something even if it fails, or even if they succeed. But anyways, it deafens people, but then also deals damage based on how much money you spend. Mm-hmm. So theoretically, you could spend $1, and like it'd be like regular thunder, pretty much, just slightly too loud. It'd damage your ears a little bit. You'd take 1 damage. Everyone takes 1 damage.
What if somebody spent like $200?
But exactly, theoretically, someone could spend like $20, and then everyone takes like 20 fucking damage.
So there's a scaling issue, basically.
So kind of. So, well, the issue was that originally my idea was that it would be like, it'd be like a D4 for, money amount D4, right? So how much money you spent, how many D4s are casted, but that quickly scales up to like, anywhere between 20 and 80 damage if you spend $20. So I've done it the other way around. So now it's like 1D, however much money is spent, right? Or 2D, how much money is spent. So the money now determines the maximum value of the dice, not the minimum value. Which I think is a little better, a little bit more fair.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people are going to feel like they're getting ripped off.
Maybe. Because here's the thing. If they make it, 2D money spent, that means that you spend $20 and you can deal anywhere between 2 damage and 40. So you might deal double the amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The amount that you spend becomes the average at that point.
I guess my thing is like, do I want to spend like a little bit of money to become like this deity, and then only for it to basically be like a gamble? You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's fair. But that's why part of what I was thinking was instead making it so that you guys can, instead of having causing direct effects, you can just buff people and have all the abilities just be buffs. So instead of but the reason why I didn't do it is because I had a lightning smite ability. I really like the idea of chat being able to just smite the creature. Like being like, yeah, I'm gonna just drop, $100 on that enemy, and they're gonna take 1,000 damage. It's like, well,
Yeah,
yeah. The idea of that sounds fun to me. But also, what happens when we get to the final boss and chat's like, nah,
Yeah, it could be like way too much of a disruption to the game, because the idea is that you don't want to be able to you want the gods to basically be able to nudge, nudge the interactions and the play of the game, not just completely dominate it.
The way that I scaled it was I rescaled it to, because at first it was money D10, which meant if you donated $10, you could deal anywhere between 10 damage, right?
And 100.
And 100.
But again, that
for only $10. It's a bit too strong.
Yeah,
so they changed it, and now
people don't want to be able to do the gambling thing. I just don't know about that.
Yeah, but because that's the thing, right? It's like, but my issue is that if I make the number of dice be determined by the money spent, that means that no matter what, people at least deal the damage equal to the money they spent, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I make it, if I make it so that the money spent is the value of the die rather than the number of die, and then the number of die is balanced to something reasonable, then that means that people are gambling, and there's a chance they deal less damage than what the money they spend is. And I'm on the fence about it, because obviously there's a gamble to it. But also, I kind of feel like it's okay, because if people just want to deal damage to the party, and that's what they want to do, not just help a little bit, right? Not just essentially do what D&D is about, which is basically rolling and then hoping that the dice are nice to you, right? There is a death domain, and the current existing, HP equals damage system is going to be part of the death domain. So,
Okay.
so that's still going to exist, what they currently have. So if you just want to do surefire damage, that's going to be a thing that you can do.
Okay.
There's also a life domain, which does the healing portion of the current system. So the current system is going to be reflected between the life and death domains, along with the other abilities that those domains have.
Okay.
But yeah. So that's part of why I kind of feel like it's okay. So it's like, if you pick, for example, Tempest, you have the potential to deal a lot of damage, more than what you paid for, right? But there's also the potential that you deal less damage, right? But also all of Tempest's abilities are themed around this lightning stuff, right? So if you're like, yeah, I'm into lightning stuff, so I want to be a lightning god, then you can take it, right? But if your goal is to just deal direct damage and just deal damage equal to your money, like surefire damage, then you would just pick the death domain. So that kind of self-balances, I feel.
Yeah. I feel like you're only going to be able to get it so far before the only way you're going to be able to find out where the flaws are is to just deploy it, and then it's just make it go live, and then the issues will be ironed out as they manifest, essentially.
Yeah.
There's only
the one thing I'm trying to make sure I do is make it so that chat can't just end the fucking campaign by killing all the players. That's the one thing I'm trying to make sure I do, is that any AoE abilities that can affect players are not super duper strong. Yeah, so what's gonna happen is it's either I'm gonna keep it the way it is, and chats really manifests themselves as the gods and can cause huge effects, huge flashy effects, or I'm gonna change it so that, for example, the smite ends up being like a paladin smite, so you buff a player's damage for their next attack by a huge amount, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. But I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else with your week?
I played Elden Ring for the first time in like I think close to 2 years. When did the DLC release?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I didn't even play. I never even finished the base game. So I got pretty far, but then I just got bored and I just stopped. So
Forsaken Hollow is the most recent Elden Ring DLC? Wait, what?
I don't know what that is.
Oh no, it's set to launch on December 4th. That's a Night Rain DLC. When did fucking Shadow of the Erdtree release? They released June of last year, so yeah, it's been over a year since I've played. It's been like a good year and a half since I've played that game. And we did crowd control, and chat fucked with me a lot. But yeah, that's it.
Okay. What did I do? I finally I played Expedition 33 in expert mode back when I streamed it.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Wait, sorry to cut you off. I just read chat, and Viking just mentioned something. Divinity was legendary. It was a fight you were scripted to lose, and Trim and Rosa were both, nah, I'd win. Yeah, me and Trim, during our Divinity, our stream, we like save scummed to beat a scripted loss fight.
Wow.
And we succeeded. We fucking did it.
What happens?
So basically, these incredibly overpowered fucking like giant bug creatures show up early on in this dungeon to basically cover you in webs and then kidnap you and take you and the other player to separate locations, so you end up separate and you have to meet up together, right? It's not a big deal because we can just teleport to each other. So it's really stupid, actually, the way it's implemented. Mm-hmm. But these creatures deal fucking ridiculous amount of damage and can attack a ridiculous number of times. Because instead of their attack costing 2 AP, it costs like 1 AP, and they have like all of the AP. AP is action points, right? Okay. Most creatures have 4 in a round unless they rest to gain more, right? Creatures that are playing like characters that are using the Lone Wolf feature, right, which you can use if you're playing as a party of 2 or less, right, gain 6 to help with action economy since you're only 2 people, and you get ganked in a lot of fights, right? It's to make it so you can do more things, right? Pretty cool. We're using Lone Wolf. This creature can attack like 8 fucking times in a single fucking turn. It's insane. It's fucking insane. And like it can freeze you like on hit. It can stun you on hit. It's so fucking busted, and they're so fucking tanky. They have like 1,000 HP. Okay. Well, if you somehow manage to kill them, more spawn. I think like 5 or 6 of them spawned. And we're struggling to kill 1.
Like a Hydra.
Oh yeah, they can fucking teleport somehow, which cancels status effects. They could fucking, they could put you in a cocoon. If you're in a cocoon, the only way to free you is to either stun the creature so that it drops the cocoon, and then use fire to fucking free you of the cocoon, because if you target someone with fire while they're grabbed and cocooned, the grab takes priority. So the fire doesn't break the cocoon. It's so retarded. But yeah, it was scripted for them to essentially stun you, cocoon you, grab you, and then take you somewhere else. Right? We just fucking we just kept save scumming until we got the best possible outcomes. And we managed to kill all of them without getting like teleported away.
Mm-hmm.
It was hellish. And then we got to the final boss of the area, and it killed Trim. And then for some reason the game bugged out and I became immortal. And part of my build is that a small percentage of damage that I take is reflected to whoever hit me. And I had an ability that lets me basically chain another creature to me, and they take 100% of the damage that I take. So I chained myself to the boss because I was immortal, and I just let everyone just hit me until the boss committed suicide by hitting me. So yeah, it was a crazy fucking session. But yeah, that's all.
Very cool. Okay, where was I? I don't even remember. Oh yeah, Expedition 33. I finally platinumed that game. Because I refused to go onto a new game plus without platinuming the game first, because you can platinum the whole game in your first playthrough. And I played it on expert, and I refused to cuck out of expert mode. Okay, and so I have like off and on for weeks and weeks, been grinding towards platinum in that game, and for like the last month or so, I have literally just had two like end game like optional bosses to beat to get the platinum, and the one of them is named Simon, and Jesus H Christ, this guy is a nightmare of a boss. Like he has this thing where like if one of your party members dies and he has his turn before you have the chance to revive him, he just disappears them permanently. And there's another part, like once you get him down to like the I think it's about 1/4 of his life left, something like that. He just automatically disappears every single party member, and then you have to beat him with your backup crew. So you have to split your best characters between the two crews, basically. So you can't just like frontline everything. You have to have like at least one of your like best party members in the backup crew, because the backup crew is actually what's going to finish the fight. It's just crazy, and then he does like these insane combos and stuff like that, where he has like a shadow that like mimics his moves. So it's like every strike is actually like multiple strikes because of the shadows, and they get more numerous as the fight goes on. So like a 3-hit combo later in the fight becomes a 6-hit combo, later in the fight becomes a 9-hit combo, and it's just crazy. And and he also does a thing where like at the end of every turn, he just chooses a random party member and just automatically drops their life down to 1 hit point.
Oh god.
Yeah, I mean, it is like a nightmare of a fight. But I finally figured out, like, after just like trying, I got a build. I figured out like a build combination between characters and stuff like that, and I actually beat him without, because like if you go online, you can look up like 1-hit cheese builds for him.
Yeah.
But I was like, no. That's a cop out. You know what I mean? I want to beat this motherfucker like legit on expert, first playthrough. You know what I mean? And so I had, I have been practicing, and I finally did it like this week. I finally beat that guy. I mastered his I don't say I mastered his combos, but I got to a point where I could parry the vast majority of his hits, so I wouldn't die on every turn that he did. And I fucking beat him, and I was like, holy shit, I can't believe I beat him. Yeah, so I beat him, and then I went to the other boss that I thought would be harder, because in the story of the game, the reason that Simon is where he is because he failed to kill this other boss that I have to kill. So I thought that the other boss would be even harder, right? But that's not the case. I beat the other boss first try in like 1 minute. Like I like 2-shot her. She was so easy. I was like, how the fuck did she take him down when he was like so much harder than she is to beat? I have no idea. So So I beat her in the very first try because it turns out like a non-cheese, highly optimized expert mode build against Simon makes everything else in the game completely trivial, basically. So I beat her, got the trophy, and platinum the game. And I was like, okay, I can finally put down Expedition 33 for a bit. And then I also I actually made progress in Soma, and holy crap, my editor is going to have a field day with this last one. So this last one was the first time that the game actually had me freaked out, and like legitimately like kind of oh god kind of
yeah.
It was the first time. It was in Theta Base, and and I'll just say that there's a lot of great moments in that stream. So next I made it all the way through the Theta Base, and then I made it to Omicron. I think Omicron is the next one, and Omicron is where I get the suit to go down into the trench. So
I can't help but hear Omicron and think of COVID.
So so I got to Omicron, and I'm going to continue playing that on Tuesday until I beat it. I have a feeling that once things get into the trench, like if I was getting like freaked out by the monster in Theta, I have a feeling that by the time I'm down into the trench, I'm going to be like it's going to be slow progress. Let's just leave it at that. Especially since I also expect there to be sea monsters as an actual threat in the trench. So because early in the game it teases like these zombie sharks, like mutated zombie sharks, and I'm just like they're not gonna put that they're not gonna just show that to me and then not have it be an encounter at some point. So I'm expecting to encounter those things down in the trench. So the trench is gonna be fun. I still don't think it's gonna be as scary as Subnautica because, I mean, the thing about Soma is that Soma is pretty much a hallway. You get to explore around on the seabed. That's true, but for the most part, the seabed is just a hallway. So it's not that bad, actually. Or maybe I'll eat those words. Maybe I will. Who knows? And then I finished Yakuza 6. I finished Yakuza 6, which is the last like full-size mainline game that stars Kiryu. So it's like the end of an era. And I was telling chat while the credits were rolling, I was like, I was streaming before I debuted. I was stealth streaming for like 6 months, which is like I was streaming, I was live. You could have gone to my channel and watched me, but I wasn't doing any advertising or anything like that. So like nobody found me. So I was mostly just streaming to myself, just to like get used to it and figure out my style before I debuted. So that by the time I debuted, I was like already good to go. And one of the very first games the two games I played in the very beginning was Uncharted and Yakuza 0. So I'm coming up on my the end of my second year, so it'll be my 3-year anniversary, or the beginning of my 3rd year in February, which means that it's been taking me 2.5 years-ish of streaming very consistently every single Wednesday. I would say that about maybe only like 1 in 20 or so of those Wednesdays I'd actually miss. Very rarely do I miss a Yakuza Wednesday. So very consistently for 2.5 years, it took me to go from basically the beginning of Kiryu's saga to, it's not the end of his saga, but it's like the last major entry in his saga. The next game that I'm going to start playing next Wednesday is also a Kiryu game, but it's only like a shorter half game, kind of like Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii was. So it's only 6 chapters long instead of the usual like 12, 13, 14, 15 chapters. And so it won't take nearly as long to get through that game. Plus I've already platinumed it, so I'm not gonna like fuss over that kind of stuff either. So that game shouldn't take very long, and then we're off to the land of Ichiban and turn-based combat. So Yeah, major milestone in the franchise was met this last Wednesday. And then besides that, I think we're getting I'm getting pretty close to finishing Red Dead Redemption. I think I'll be done with that. I think probably sometime in December. I'm gonna do a lot of side content over the next stream or two, and then we're gonna wrap that up as well. So like, yeah, a lot of things are kind of wrapping up actually. And then
Hell yeah.
Besides that,
I actually fucking wrap up goddamn Cyberpunk. I went back to it, and like my brain is like not adjusted to it anymore.
oh yeah. Oh man, did you ever finish the DLC for that?
No.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm working on. Yeah,
Oh,
I went
man.
back to it. I played a little bit of it. It gave me a fucking headache immediately, and I was like, oh fuck, my eyes are not like
Yeah.
for this anymore.
You gotta like ease yourself back into it.
Yeah.
Like, cause
I think I'm just gonna take the rest of this year to work on stuff. I'm gonna stop doing stuff I would chat for the rest of this year and just work on stuff I'm trying to, get together.
Right.
And then I'll start working on the stuff I would chat again. I get to start next year.
I'd be able to finish RDR right before you leave for Texas. When do you leave? I don't know. I don't think I have that many main missions left, because I killed Bill Williamson, which is like kind of like the initial mission of the game, basically. So like the main mission, like the reason I'm doing what I'm doing, has finally finished. But now like the Pinkertons or the feds or whatever are like, well, we heard Dutch Vanderland is in town, so we're gonna keep your wife and kid, and you're gonna go get Dutch as well for us. So that's kind of where I'm at. So it's getting close. December 19th. Yeah, I might be able to finish it by then, Marku. I think that's very doable. I guess it depends on how like efficient I can be with the side content. Yeah.
I just sent you something. I think Brave Browser thinks I'm into geology memes.
What? Oh my god.
This was in my like recommended like content. It was just like a random fucking it was like all news, and it was a random fucking website, and it's just a fucking meme.
No reset vehicles, fragments of drill bit from previous attempt. Intrusive rock that's basically granite but has a name like diorite or andalite. Well, it's andalusite, not andalite. Netherrack. Balrog wing. You know those two squiggly lines mean?
No, what does it mean?
It's well, I should probably be showing this to chat, but those it means that there's like it's basically skipping a big section. Is what that means. So it's like we're gonna break it here because you're just seeing more of the same for a while, and we're gonna pick it up again much further down the line. That's what that break.
Okay.
That's what the squiggly lines mean. And then topsoil, cement, floorboards, carpet, precious continuous water in the other hemisphere. It is true though. You see a lot of granite. Granite is just fucking everywhere in core. It's true. Anyway, but yeah, my parents are still in town. We went to the Kennedy Space Center, which is like an hour north of me. I will say it's, I think neat is the way I describe it. It's neat. The thing about it though, first of all, it's expensive. It's fucking expensive. It's like $85 to get into the door for an adult, and then if you want like the good bus tour instead of like the crummy bus tour that comes with like the price of admission, then it's another $25. So it's like $110 per person. For the fucking Kennedy Space Center. And It's neat. I wouldn't say it's worth the price of admission, though, personally. I mean, unless you're like a total space nerd, I guess. But unless you're a total space nerd, it's not that great, I don't think, personally. And I think it's because it's like a lot of it is geared towards kids. Which makes sense. You know, I understand why. But if it's kind of like going to Legoland or something like that, or most theme parks as an adult for the most part, you know, they're generally geared towards younger people. So it's like, yeah, it's neat and it's fun, but it's like, it's not $110 a person fun. You know what I mean? I think it'd be much better to, like, because I guess it was just me and my parents. It'd be much better to go like with like as a family with kids. You know what I mean? That's the more enjoyable way to go. I feel like, but yeah, the bus tour, it takes you around to like the launch pads, and you'll learn a lot of stuff about, you know, moon missions and stuff like that. We actually had a really good tour guide, at least. And they just take you around. They show you some stuff, like like I said, like the launch pads for all the moon missions, and you can't go into like these buildings, but you can go to the outside of them. Hooray! You know. And then they have like a simulated like rocket launch, like from like a control center or whatever, and then you get to see like a full size Saturn rocket, and then like when you go back to the main campus, it's like it's mostly just like most of it is like pay to play. Like even after you get in, like if you want to go to the IMAX, you have to pay extra. If you want to go do this, you know, the Mars experience, you got to pay extra. All these like little additional like experiences are all like extra pay. So it's kind of ridiculous. And again, it's very much geared towards kids. So it's like you look at it as an adult and it's like, yeah, that'd be neat to do, but I'm not paying $40 for that. Fuck that. And you just move on. That's kind of how the whole fucking thing is. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's not cheap at all. And yeah, trying to think of anything else that I did. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I think that's about it. So with that, what?
It's time.
It is time. Yeah, it is time. So, there was a lot, and I mean a lot, of natural disaster stuff that happened this last week. Basically, yeah, like everything's on fire. Mainly in Asia.
Literally.
So I'm going to start in Japan. There we go. Oh, that's the wrong article. There we go. There we go. So one man dead after massive fire burns over 170 buildings in Oita. Which, man, where is Oita? I want to say that's in the southwest part of the country, but I could
Oita makes me think of Awita, which is like little water.
Let me look at the map. Where is it? Yeah, it is in the southwest. That's what I had a feeling. So like the southwest island of like the main island chain it's like the northeast part of that island, basically. So like the opposite side of Oita on that island is like Nagasaki, for example.
Okay.
I think that's why it sounds familiar, because I went to Nagasaki. And the thing is that this looks like Nagasaki as well. So more than 170 buildings were damaged in a massive fire that swept through a dense residential area in the southwestern Japan city of Oita overnight, leaving one person dead, local authorities said on Wednesday. Firefighters continued to battle the blaze over 12 hours after the fire in the city's Sakandoseki Port District was reported to police on Tuesday. Up to 180 people were evacuated at one stage, according to the authorities. Police confirmed the death of one person found at the site of the fire on Wednesday, and trying to identify the body as that of a 76-year-old man who remains missing. The self-defense forces were asked by the Oita Prefecture government to respond to the blaze, which consumed around 48,900 square meters and spread to a forested area. There was also reports, I saw it on Twitter, but I didn't get like official verification that the embers from this fire traveled across the bay and basically ignited an uninhabited island just off the coast as well. And like the whole island burned. But there's nothing on the island except, you know, trees. Oita Mayor Shinya Adachi told reporters he did not expect the fire to cause further damage. Shogo Fujikawa, a senior official of the Oita Prefecture government, said that the smoke is decreasing and we're moving toward bringing this situation under control, but he cautioned against making assumptions. The central government also set up a liaison center at the Prime Minister's office. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi pledged on the social media platform X, and her government will provide maximum support and coordination with local governments. Up to 350 houses were without power, according to Kyushu Electric Power Transmission and Distribution Company. The fire, which was reported to police at around 5:35 p.m. Tuesday, began in the residential area located northeast of Sakanoseki Fishing Port. A strong wind advisory was issued near the area on Tuesday afternoon, according to a regional branch of the Japan Meteorological Agency. And it's I'm actually surprised that more didn't burn. Like when you look at this, like I'm reminded of because two things come to mind here. One is the Palisade fire that happened, you know, in California that just like spread like far and wide across those neighborhoods, those super expensive neighborhoods in Los Angeles, you know, like where a bunch of Hollywood celebrities and stuff live, and those fires did so much more damage to houses that were further apart than this, you know, which is interesting. Like, why did the fire stop where it stopped? You know, outside, obviously the fire department put the fire out, but it's like, I don't know, it just...
There's your answer. I mean, what the fuck are you on about?
I guess. I guess it did a damn good job. Maybe we need to get Japanese firefighters over over to California or something. But I was also noticing, like, because like I was saying how this looks like Nagasaki. Like when I was there, there are so many neighborhoods that are just like, they're just like these small little houses like this that are just packed next to each other, and they're just packed into these little mountain valleys that you know snake their way up the rivers and streams and stuff through the mountains. And it's like, even when I was there, because I took, like, at one point I took a, there's an overlook in Nagasaki that gives you, like, one of the most beautiful, like, views of a city you've ever seen, from, like, an observatory level. And you have to take a cable car to get up there. So you, like, drive up a hill to a cable car, and then you take the cable car up the hill. And this cable car takes you over, like, one of these neighborhoods. And when you're looking, like, down at this neighborhood, it's like, man, like, if one of these houses gets set on fire, like, the whole neighborhood's going down. Like, me and my dad were talking about it, like, while we were up on the observatory, because we wanted to talk about it while we were, you know, amongst Japanese people on the cable car. We were like, it's like, these neighborhoods are tinder boxes. So, and then now it actually happened. But I have to say that less burned than I thought would burn. So, yeah, 170, only one person died, which is also kind of surprising. But again, I would guess that you have to also understand that, like, yeah, these are like tightly packed houses, but these aren't like super densely populated areas at the same time. You know? So, I'm also curious how this one structure right smack in the middle, like, seems to have been the only one intact. So, I wonder what's what's going on there. I have no idea. But yeah, that's the first. That's the first.
Set like a moat.
Yes, I guess like that. I just noticed that there's a fire helicopter right here in the picture. I didn't notice that. Is that is that a plane? No, that's a helicopter. Okay. So that's the first fire. The second fire, we gotta hop the pond over to China, where a 1,500-year-old Yangqing Temple pavilion is burned basically down to its core by a fire. So there's actually video of this one. There's actually video of this one.
large-scale fire broke out at
So you can
China's
see
1,500-year-old Yongqing Temple in Zhangjiagang, Jiangsu Province, on November 12th. The historic
There's something beautiful about it.
Oh yeah, well, it's got like the embers. That's why embers are like.
Yeah.
There's something beautiful about embers. They can more there. But it's like you look around it, like this thing's out in the middle, like it's out in the middle of a forest. So it's a fire that was on site. It's not a fire that started some. Yeah, I mean. You have to just, like, they burn incense and all kinds of stuff, but, like, an incense stick isn't going to be able to cause a fire like this. But, yeah, I'm curious, because it's not like there was a fire elsewhere that spread through the forest and then hit the pagoda. This thing started at the pagoda. So, anyway, you get an idea of... Oh, geez, there's a whole section of the roof coming off. So a large fire broke out on the 12th of November at the Yongqing Temple complex in Zhangjiagang, Jiangsu Province, destroying its 3-story Wenchang Pavilion. Flames reportedly started around 11:24 a.m., sending thick smoke into the sky as video footage showed the wooden structure engulfed from top to bottom. Authorities confirmed no casualties, and firefighters contained the blaze without spreading to the nearby forested areas. The city's fire department is investigating, but early reports point to improper... Oh, it was incense, potentially, or candle used by a visitor as a likely trigger. That's the only thing I could think of was, like, incense and candles. Because they do have those all over the damn place at these temples and pagodas and such. While it dates back some 1,500 years, its current buildings are modern reconstructions. The original temple was founded during the Liang dynasty around 536 AD, but fell into ruins. Reconstruction began in the early 1990s based on historical records. Oh, so they basically did a modern construction techniques to the original design. I was gonna wonder because I'm looking at these these are fucking concrete, support structures here. So, multi-story wooden building designed in a traditional style with graceful sweeping eaves. Although modern, it imitates classical Buddhist architecture, utilizing timber framing under tiled roofs, which reflects the region's Jiangnan wood-building tradition. Yongqing Temple itself sits at the foot of Fenghuan Mountain and was historically counted among the 480 temples of the Southern dynasties, a group celebrated in classical poetry. It also holds literary significance in earlier times. The pavilion was associated with Shi Nian, the reputed author of Water Margin, who was said to have stayed in the Wenchang Pavilion. This fire has sparked concern because of what the temple represents, a living link to China's Buddhist and literary heritage. Although the Wenchang Pavilion was reconstructed only in modern times, its symbolic value runs deep for both pilgrims and cultural historians. According to preliminary reports, the fire may have been triggered by a visitor's improper use of incense and candles. Local authorities are investigating the exact cause, and if misuse of incense or candles is confirmed, they may review fire safety protocols for visitors. Restoration of the pavilion will likely be needed, you think? Since it's newly built, rebuilding may be more straightforward than restoring an ancient relic. Officials have pledged to take comprehensive measures to eliminate such fire risks and strengthen protection across the temple complex. Oh, there you go. There's another fire destroys Asia. But luckily, I guess they're lucky because if this was original architecture, this would all be wood and there would be literally nothing left. Absolutely nothing left.
Me.
Oh, okay. I am.
Hey, baby.
Hi, you can come get me.
Oh. Okay. I'm on my way.
Sounds so disappointed.
I just wish you would warn me, like you always do, but you didn't. No. Don't you fucking dare! I'll come get you. I was just like, oh, because you always you've been catching me by surprise lately. You typically be like, hey, you can come pick me up in like an hour, and so I'm like, okay, I can start planning, right? But you just lately you just like, hey, come get me, and I'm like, oh, okay.
No, I understand. You're disappointed.
I am disappointed in you for not warning me.
No, you're disappointed in me wanting to go home.
No, I love that you want to go home. I'm excited to see you and give you a big ol' smooch. but like warn me. I'll be right back.
Okay. Do you want me to continue with natural disasters?
What was that?
Do you want me to continue with natural disasters?
Hang on. What was that?
Do you want me to continue
Again,
with
sorry?
Do you want me to continue with natural disasters while you're gone, or do you want me to wait?
You can go ahead and go. I'm gonna go with them. Those are very like matter of fact topics. Like I don't have much to say.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, yeah, that happened.
Okay.
It sucks.
Okay. Will do.
But yeah, I'm big.
Okay, chat. That's just you and me now. I'm gonna just talk about these natural disasters. I'm gonna try to space it out in time. So, because the story after all these natural disasters, we're gonna talk about the Epstein file releases, and Rosa specifically wants to talk about that. So, let's try to time this right. So first, I have this to show you, and this is in Vietnam. So we're moving away from fires for a second to go over to Vietnam. Again, all these things happen in Asia. So, so that bridge is gone. And then we have this huge flooding. This is Dien Con Nha Tong and Con Vien. This. I mean, this is probably like what, like 3 feet? 2 or 3 feet.
Vô nó ngập vô ở trong luôn rồi.
Then same here. Just complete inundation of the road. Yeah, Asian has been getting wrecked over the last couple months. And then we have, this is the final video I have here. So I guess this guy tried to drive through it. Yeah, he tried to drive through it and got stuck because he's an idiot. But yeah, like I feel like we do like waves of natural disasters on the show, because they do tend to happen in waves, kind of like plane crashes. You know, there's always like a steady trickle of plane crashes, but like they tend to have like swells. You know, same thing with natural disasters, and like whenever we cover natural disasters, Asia is always a part of the conversation. It seems. So flooding and landslides kill at least 40 in south central Vietnam. Now this is as of yesterday. Or 2 days ago, I should say. So I haven't seen updates yet for the death toll, but I would not, you know, I'm pretty dang sure that, I mean, even the article says at least 40. So that's definitely, I almost assuredly has increased since 2 days ago. But as of Thursday evening, flooding had damaged over 13,000 hectares of rice and crops. A total of 30,731 livestock and poultry have been killed or swept away in the regions. Oof. Flooding and landslides in Vietnam's central and southern regions have left at least 40 people dead and 10 missing, according to the so they might as well just say at least 50 at that point. According to the update of the Ministry of Agricultural Environment on Thursday night, Dak Lak province reported the most deaths with 16 people. Other deaths included 14 in Con Hoa province, 4 in Lam Dong province, 3 in Gia Lai province, and 2 in Hue City, and 1 in Da Nang City. Man, I'm not sure surprised that they went through and included all of the little, whatever you call it, the little ka-changs at the around the letters. That's impressive. I have no idea what they mean. As of Thursday evening, flooding had damaged over 13,000 hectares of rice and crops. Total, oh, I just read that. 146 houses have been damaged and 52,056 homes have been inundated. Rescue forces had relocated and evacuated 18,837 households with 61,793 people, while many families remain stranded by flooding and were still awaiting rescue, mainly in Dak Lak, Con Hoa, Yalai, and Lamdong provinces. So you can see, like, it's covering a very, very, very large section of land. Because this was just caused by just rain. It's literally just rained too much. That's literally what happened here. Just torrential downpour. It wasn't like a tsunami or something like that because of an earthquake. It was just lots and lots of rain, which is kind of crazy to think that. It still baffles me that, like, the air can hold enough, the atmosphere can hold enough water to completely inundate, like, whole regions like this. That's still wild to me. Along national highways 114, 14 East, 14H, 40B, 20, and the Truong Sondong route, more than 30 landslide and deep flooding points continue to block traffic. Provincial roads have recorded more than 140 landslide hit sites. Landslides at the Pren Pass and the rupture at Mimosa Pass have forced the Lamdong province to declare an emergency situation. Okay, so that means that they're trapped. There's no, like, main road access available anymore because of the landslides. The railway sector has suspended 14 passenger trains over the past 2 days. Tui Hoa Airport has halted operations from 10 a.m. until tomorrow at noon. More than 1 million customers experienced power outages, though supply has been restored for nearly 615,000 households. The Prime Minister has issued 5 official telegrams, while the National Civic Defense Steering Committee has released 4. Uh-oh. Am I offline? What's happening? Yeah, am I still here? I just got a notice that it's, like, connecting me. Test. Still here? Okay, good. Whew. Okay. Let's see here. You'd think it would wash out to the ocean in minutes, but nope. I mean, I guess, like, honestly, like, just trying to, it's like I'm trying to think of where these areas are, because some of these images look like they're more inland. You know what I mean? And it's just like inland flooding is still, like, wild to me, because it's like, especially in, like, mountainous areas, like flash flooding, I totally see them as a thing, but, like, the idea that, like, the water remains inundating for, like, a long period of time, you know what I mean? It's like, shouldn't it be, like, moving on to the ocean? And it's like, no, it's just that there's that much water, it's crazy. The Ministry of National Defense has mobilized 18,000 personnel and 441 vehicles to assist residents. 4 helicopters are on standby with 2 tons of food and essential supplies for isolated areas. Provincial police forces have deployed nearly 42,000 officers with more than 3,200 vehicles for rescue operations. Daklak has requested 2,000 tons of National Reserve rice, 3 tons of chloramin B? What's chloramin B? What is that? Chloramin B. Oh, it's a disinfectant and antiseptic. Okay, that makes sense. 1,000 liters of water treatment chemicals, 1,000 first aid kits. That's not enough. I mean, honestly, none of these are enough. 1,000, 60 inflatable boats, 30 canoes, 4 high-capacity boats, and 500 life jackets and 150 high-pressure torches. Lam Dong has requested 600 billion dong for recovery and asked for cooperation from Military Region 7's engineering units to repair damaged roads. Kan Hoa has requested 1 BP-3 rescue vessel, 2 generators, 6,000 life buoys, 3,000 life jackets, and 50 lightweight rafts. So, there you go. This is an amphibious, isn't it? This looks like an amphibious vehicle. So, this is actually, I mean, it's inundated, yeah, but this is what, like about a foot of water, I would think? About a foot? Because it's going up to this dude's knees. It's not even like getting to the inundating the bumper of this car though. So this is about, I think this is about a foot of water. Which, I mean, still, it's like, and the thing is, it's like, I think I can look it up, like the what was it, chloramine B. Like, it's not necessarily that there is water, it's what's in the water that's like the real threat. You know what I mean? So, I mean, this water doesn't look the greatest. So that's what's going on in Vietnam. And this is as of 2 days ago. And I'm sure... Actually, let me look it up. What is Vietnam flooding current death toll? Let's see here. Oh, it's risen to 55. So we're up to 55 now. That's as of 17 hours ago. So... Let me see here. That's 41. That's an older report. News on air. Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Economic losses are currently estimated at about 358 million US dollars. 13 people are still missing. Nearly 80,000 hectares of rice and other crops have been inundated. 3.2 million poultry and livestock as of 17 hours ago. What did it say? Oh my god. The initial report was 30,731 livestock and poultry. That is now up to 3.2 million. That means it's gone up by 100-fold. That, honestly, that could very well be the most devastating part of this, is the damage of to the rice and the farms and to the livestock. That's going to be absolutely devastating. Like, even after they clean everything up and stuff like that, they're not just going to get this shit back. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's a huge hit to food production in the area, in the region. That's going to be a problem. Damn. I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, and then we have one last fire, which we can laugh at because nobody died in it. But this happened at the COP30 summit, climate summit. So that happened. Fire prompts evacuation at UN climate talks in Brazil. 13 people suffer from smoke inhalation. They're raising ducks and fish. Yeah, they'll be happy. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of duck consumption in the coming years. Get out of here. It's at Belém, Brazil. A fire briefly spread through pavilions being used for UN climate talks in Brazil and prompted evacuations Thursday on the next to last day of the conference. And officials said 13 people were treated for smoke inhalation. Organizers said that the fire was controlled in about 6 minutes. Fire officials ordered the evacuation of the entire site for the conference, known as COP30, and the venue remained closed for about 7 hours following the fire. Attendees trickled back into the COP30 venue after it reopened. Some posed for pictures of the nighttime glow of the signage at the entrance. Others returned to rooms further from the pavilions to resume negotiations or to retrieve belongings that had been left behind. Security staff were stationed behind the metal barricades to keep people out of the pavilions, and a curtain veiled off in the area the blaze had destroyed. Brazil's tourism minister, Celso Sabino, told journalists at the scene that the fire started near the China Pavilion, which was among several pavilions set up for events at the sidelines of the climate talks. Video footage showed the blaze starting along a wall near a cluster of many of the Africa pavilions, and the Climate Live Entertainment plus Culture Pavilion. The fire quickly spread to neighboring pavilions, said Samuel Rubin, one of the people in charge of the Climate Live Pavilion. God, I have never said the word pavilion so many times in my life. Video shows huge flames of one of the pavilions, which are reinforced canvas or fabric structures that typically have 3 walls and a floor. Para State Governor Helder Barbalho told local news outlet G1 that a generator failure or a short circuit in a booth may have started the fire. Much of the summit venue in Belém was still under construction right up until the conference opened, with exposed beams, open plywood floors, and metal meshed in corridors leading nowhere outside the convention center. During a pre-summit event, drilling and jackhammering could be heard as world leaders delivered speeches, and scores of workers in hard hats scurried around unfinished pavilions shrouded in plastic. Gabby Andrade, a volunteer with COP30 from host city Belém, said she had been working on accreditations at the conference for the last 3 weeks. Thursday was her first free afternoon, and she'd just gotten off her lunch break and was exploring the Singapore pavilion when the fire broke out.
Back. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I have returned.
That.
He's what happened? What I miss?
Fire. Yeah. So I'm just now wrapping up the last of the natural disasters. Although this isn't a natural disaster. Oh, God.
Calling me.
Oh,
I thought I was back.
I know you thought you were free.
I'll be back.
Oh man, I covered the climate summit a few months back. It felt like there was a further conspiracy. It wasn't COP30. It was because COP is only one of them. They have a bunch of them throughout the year. Oh gosh, what was it? I think it might have been like a what do you call it? The not a UN. Maybe it was UN. Might have been a UN climate summit. I can't remember. I know that there's multiple. Yeah, let's see. I mean, this is the main one. Let's see. There's a North American Climate Summit that happened in New York in September. There's the U.S. Climate Action Summit in Washington, D.C. in April. There's, yeah, they're always happening. They're always, you know, flying their private jets around the world to bloviate about climate bullshit. Let's see here. Okay. All right. That's all the fire and flooding that I had for you, chat. I'm gonna wait for Rosa to get back because the next story is one that she specifically wants to talk about. And in that, I have a whole bunch of tabs. This is one of those stories that has its own dedicated series of tabs. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Over. Then I need to switch over the source that Rosa is watching as well. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Epstein files, chat. It's time. It is time. And I hopefully, well, actually, it won't be the last time, because when the files actually do get released, that could potentially be the last time we talk about it. We shall see. I don't know. How should we say? I would even say cautiously yeah, actually, yeah. I would put myself in the cautiously optimistic category. I think that's a good category, actually. But that's the way I felt about like the last 3 iterations of this fucking merry-go-round. So who knows? I see movement. The snack slithers.
Back.
Okay, you back?
What is happening? Yes, politics. A minute.
You're right.
What's going on with our boy?
Epstein?
Huh?
I wouldn't
no,
call
our boy, the president.
Oh.
He's our boy, whether you like it or not.
Yeah, so I'm basically going to present this in like a timeline, more of like a continuous timeline kind of format. So this is where it started, and I had a feeling that it was brewing before this.
I see this all has its own window.
This has its own window because I have too many tabs for this, and we're not going to read like everything in the tabs. We're just gonna.
You're gonna guide us.
It's gonna be it's gonna be mostly headline hopping. So it all started with this back on the 16th, where Trump basically just announced his 180 on the Epstein issue. And there's been like one issue that's been like the most piss poorly handled issue of Trump's administration this term. It's definitely this. He has a handful of other ones too that he has not handled well, but this has like been like a really big sticking point. And he just kind of seemingly out of nowhere just reversed, just 180 completely. And he released this, I don't know what a fucking carriage return is. He always does this. I hate these walls of text that he posts. Like, learn what a fucking paragraph is, dude. You know what I think he's doing? I think that he's dictating. I think he has like a speech to text that he's using. And he's just speaking what he wants to post. And it just spits it out. It's like just one long giant wall of text. So he posted, as I said on Friday night aboard Air Force One to the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing to hide. And it's time to move on.
Hold on. I didn't know I was muted, my bad. But what I was saying was that it can't be, text to speech because there's like parentheses and shit.
Yeah, that's true, huh?
That said, that's not how you read that.
Oh, yeah, I need to read it like Trump, don't I?
Yeah.
It's going to take a while then. Okay. As I said on Friday night, aboard Air Force One, to take the fake news media, House Republicans should vote to release the Epstein files because we have nothing left to hide. It is time to move on from this Democrat hoax perpetrated by the radical left lunatics in order to deflect from the great success of the Republican Party, including our recent victory on the Democrat shutdown. The Department of Justice has already turned over tens of thousands of pages to the public on Epstein, looking at various Democrat operatives, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, Larry Summers, etc. He wouldn't use etc. either if he was text-to-speeching it or speech-to-texting it.
Yeah.
And their relationships to Epstein, and the House Oversight Committee can have whatever they are legally entitled to. I don't care. All I care about is that Republicans get back on point, which is the economy, affordability. We're winning big on that, by the way, very, very big. Our victory on reducing inflation from the highest level in history to practically nothing, bringing down prices for the American people, delivering historic tax cuts, gaining trillions of dollars of investment into America. A record, by the way. The rebuilding of our... okay.
On this topic of the economy and reducing inflation and all this, I recently checked the price of my mom's house. And for the first time in my life, I'm pretty sure, outside of the 08 crash. Literally for the first time since 08, I've seen the value of my mom's house dip.
Wow.
for context, that house was like 220K when my dad bought it. It's like 610K right now.
I was gonna guess like 700. I was gonna guess 700. And it's not like
Yeah,
a spectacular house by any stretch. It's just a.
It's okay. So in reality, it's a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house.
Mm-hmm. One level.
One level.
I figure because it's Florida, like everything's one.
Yeah. On its listing, it's a 4-bedroom, 1-bathroom.
One bath.
And that's what it's listed as. I don't know why, because 2 of the bathrooms, I'm pretty sure, were always there. Only one of those bathrooms was added by us. And also, that house was originally 3-bedroom, not 4-bedroom.
Oh, so it got significantly expanded then.
Yeah, the house was originally not really, it didn't get expanded. My dad was just clever with where he put walls.
Oh. Okay.
It was originally a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and then my dad put a wall up where the kitchen would connect to like a hallway that would lead to like the back side of the house. So originally the house was like very open, and you'd have like a lot of room. Like I remember when we first moved there, me and my cousin, we would actually ride our bikes in circles around the kitchen, which is like the center of the house. It was like the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And then my dad put up a wall, basically, that went alongside the wall of the kitchen, went like basically cut off the big circle around the house, around the kitchen, and then built a room behind the living room, basically. So he basically cut the living room in half, not really half, cut like a third of the living room off, and turned that into like a bedroom for my grandparents. And then he used, in that side of the house, he built a smaller extra kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
That might have actually already been there. I can't remember. But I know he built an extra bathroom in the section of the house over there.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's what happened. Basically, part of the house was converted into like an extra section. And then he also added another wall between where the master bedroom was and the dining room. So essentially, now the front of the house is a living room, dining room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms, and then 1 bathroom. And then you pass the kitchen. There's like a little hallway. Not a hallway. It's more like just a little midpoint between two other doors. To the left is my grandparents' section, which is a bathroom, a living room, kitchen combo, and then a bedroom. And then to the right is like another little living room area, as well as like the laundry area, and then the master bedroom, which also includes a bathroom. So
Okay.
he basically kind of turned the house into like a triplex.
Yeah, it's almost like he built it into like a mother-in-law suite or something like that.
He did this. Well, I mean, yeah, that makes perfect sense because, like, in our house, it was always like originally when he bought it, it was my mom, my dad, me, and then my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
And the back section where the reason why he did this was because he wanted us 3 to live in the front of the house, my grandparents to live on the left side of the house, and the back side of the house was originally intended to be rented.
Oh, okay. Hence the mother-in-law suite. So it's like a separate.
Yeah.
It's attached, but it's separate. Yeah, I get that.
Exactly. And so that was the original idea behind that. Because like my dad's always been like a business guy, so he's always thought about like, okay, how can we ensure we have financial security if my business dies, or if this happens or if that happens, right? So whenever he made investments and he made changes to the house, it was always with the intent of like this house could be turned into a triplex.
Subdividing
if you really
it. Yeah.
wanted.
Okay.
But yeah, so that house, it's like a corner house. It's got like a really large front lawn. It's got a large backyard, and it's got like a side area.
Mm-hmm.
Like a side lawn, I guess you could call it. It's now fucking 610,000, which is a decrease from the 630,000 it was at its peak.
Mm-hmm.
It's finally starting to go down.
Yeah, my house value has gone down too since I bought it. Actually, which I have. Thing is, I bought during a market downturn. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew that, and the way I was able to sell is I undercut myself because there was a bunch of houses in my neighborhood that were also up for sale, and I basically undercut all of them. And my house was like the only house that sold because of that. They're all thinking like, oh, we can just get it. You know, they're not pricing it for the market that's there. They're like trying to deny, you know, what the market is. And I was just like, no. I'm just because the whole thing is if it gets down in one place, it's certainly going to be down everywhere else too. You know, the amount that goes up and down will vary from place to place, but generally, you know, when the market's on a downturn, it's on a downturn everywhere. So I was like, I'll be fine if I sell it for a little bit lower than I could have 6 months ago. That's fine because that means I'm going to be able, because I'm also going to be able to buy for less than I would have been than 6 months ago. So it all evens out for me. The house of my value, the value of my house that I'm living in now, has also gone down by a bit since I moved here. I'm just like, I'm totally fine with that because I live in it. It's not an investment house for me, you know?
Yeah.
So, and it's like, yes, we need housing prices to go down because right now the average, the average age of a first-time home buyer is fucking like 40 in this country right now, which is fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, I am totally fine with that. But Amy, let me get back into Trump and finish this fucking long-winded statement. Okay.
The rebuilding of our military, securing our border, deporting criminal, illegal aliens, ending men and women's sports, stopping transgender for everyone, and so much more. Nobody cared about Jeffrey Epstein when he was alive, and if Democrats had anything, they would have released it before a landslide election victory. Some members of the Republican Party are being used, and we can't let that happen. Let's start talking about the Republican Party's record-setting achievements and not fall into the Epstein trap, which is actually a curse on the Democrats, not us. Make America great again.
I still don't think I do a very good Trump impersonation.
That'll do. That'll do.
So he did mention in this that there's been like a bunch of documents that have already been released recently, and he's talking about this, which is published back on the 12th of November, where they released 20,000 pages of documents, and if you click on them, it's a Google Drive, and so you have native. It's like, look at this, like how the fuck is anybody supposed to parse through this in a reasonable way? I mean, just look at this. Like, you have no idea what the contents or any of them are by the title or anything. You know, it just goes on. Like, there's 20,000 fucking documents.
Wait, open one? Is the text like Trumpified? Is it like hypo squished into like one giant? Oh my god.
It's this.
Okay, yeah, they're like letters.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
And
like emails, yeah.
Yeah, it goes on and on and on, and then there's the native, which are these. These are fucking Excel files.
That picture of a dog?
Yes.
Open it.
That is a dog eating. This is from that's a Trump doll and a Clinton doll.
Yeah, I see it.
Which I have no clue why this is a part of it. I know, I opened this too out of curiosity. I was like, I don't know, I have no clue why that's there. And then you have like the images, which is in 12 folders that you have no clue what folder's what, because it's just numbers. And this is like emails, redacted shit, you know, and it just goes on and on. And on.
A bunch of shit is still redacted.
I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of shit that's still redacted. A lot of these aren't that bad. These are mostly just names. They're not, you know, but the names are what we want, though, is the thing.
Yeah.
So, and then you go to, like, this is just a couple of data. So the point is that it's like ludicrously difficult to, like, search through and actually, like, parse through and get an idea of what the hell is in here yourself. ABC did publish this Pretty long article about what's in the Epstein files and when they might become public. They go into like we know what the Epstein files are, and they when they're supposed to become public. It's 30 days from the bill passing, the time of the bill passing. It's just a summary about what's going on. So basically what happened is that Representative Thomas Massey, who is a Republican from Kentucky, and Ro Khanna, Democrat from California. So this was like a bipartisan bill.
Yeah.
Right? I think Ro Khanna is being downplayed here, but no, she wrote this with Mr. Massey here. So good on her for writing that. No matter whatever her intentions are, you know what I mean? There are partisan intentions behind this, I'm sure. But
the only person who voted to withhold the files was a Republican from...
Yeah.
Was it Minnesota?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. And then it talks about like what the DOJ can potentially do to withhold any of the files. Records that would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. I think it's like, okay. It doesn't define how long temporary is or what the penalty for failing to comply would be. In a joint memo in July, the FBI and the Justice Department said that they had conducted an exhaustive review of the case and that no one else is expected to be charged. Trump, however, directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate former President Bill Clinton, former Treasury Secretary Larry Summers, and Democrat donor Reid Hoffman after their names appeared in the email documents last week. We'll get to that as well. Number accused of wrongdoing or implicated in any criminal activity in the emails, but Bondi ordered a U.S. attorney to comply with Trump's directive. There's also an exception authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy. So basically it says it's like whatever Trump wants redacted gets redacted by the Justice Department. The bill's language makes it clear that the bar to withhold information is high. We're going to get to this as well. So I'm not going to read it there. The order is supposed to be turned over to Congress. I think it's like there's been like multiple instances where like a bunch of documents get released. Going back.
It's also fairly new.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Oh, that's not what you wanted? I thought you wanted this." It's like,
yeah,
no,
exactly.
It's like, "Oh, you're bad." Okay.
But you see here,
the same thing they do every time they say they release new information.
Yeah. It's like the 33,000 pages, and then this person said it's like, yeah, but only 3% of them were actually new files, so we didn't really get like a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, here's the files again, but we added one piece of information. One piece of
exactly.
Redacted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of times.
And it's the word "but" that was accidentally redacted in a random part of the statement. If you can find it, we'll give you $1. We'll give you a penny.
Yeah, exactly.
We stopped making those. Those are really valuable now.
Yeah. That's real money. A penny these days will buy you a nickel. A judge who presided over an Epstein-related case this year said that there are roughly 100,000 pages in the file. House Republicans called the documents that had been turned over an initial batch, with House Speaker Mike Johnson saying, this is the beginning, not the end, blah, 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 blah. Will DOJ records be included in the emails? It says the committee had more success so far with other subpoenas. Yeah. So it's basically just going through like the rigmarole that we've already been kind of dancing around for the last 6 months, essentially, pretty much since Trump got inaugurated, basically.
Yeah.
So now let's get to the bill itself. We're going to read the whole bill, which is really easy because it's literally 1 page long. This is it right here.
Oh my God.
It starts here and it ends here.
Well done.
This is the entire bill right here. So we're gonna read this entire thing. I'm gonna zoom in here. So blah blah blah. An act to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice related to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes, being enacted by the Senate and House Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, short title: This act may be cited as the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Section 2, release of documents related to Jeffrey Epstein in general, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act. So basically, from the time that Donald Trump signs it, they have 30 days. The Attorney General shall, subject to subsection B, make publicly
Wait.
available in a searchable
Pause a second. Oh wait, pause a second. I'm trying to pay attention, but sort of like just jingling the fucking bells. Give me just a second.
Okay. It's so much easier living on your own, chat. Even if it gets lonely sometimes. Bondi, they're gonna redact so much of that shit. We're gonna get to that too, villain. We're gonna get to that too. Because Massey does have a nuclear option that we're gonna get to. Massey has basically come on, and if you watch his, like, I think I have a few of the little clips pulled up here later on in the segment. But Massey has been like on the warpath about this stuff. Like he's gotten like he's made such a big W already through this whole thing. My boy Massey, yeah, Massey is great, man. Like, make him the, because who is he? Is he a House Majority Leader? Is that what he is? What's his position in the House? I don't even know what his position is. Let me see. Let's see.
Back.
Okay. I think he's just another representative. He's not like the majority leader or anything. Yeah, he's just a representative. Huh? Yeah.
Who?
Thomas Massey, the co-author of the bill.
Oh yeah, he's great though.
Yeah. So not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this act, Attorney General shall make publicly available.
What happens if they don't make it available within 30 days?
We're gonna get to that. Okay, that's one of the later things we're gonna get to. So this is the big thing. Remember how I just showed you that fucking nonsense of Google Docs? So yeah. It says it has to be made available in a searchable and downloadable format for all unclassified records, documents, communications, and investigative materials in the possession of the Department of Justice, including the FBI and U.S. Attorney's offices that relate to yada, yada, yada. But the fact that it's basically saying you can't just dump it all into an inane, unmanageable Google Doc folder. You have to like organize it, and it has to be searchable, basically. So it's like so that people can actually parse through it. So it says Jeffrey Epstein, including all investigations, prosecutions, or custodial matters. Ghislaine Maxwell. Flight logs or travel records, including but not limited to manifests, itineraries, pilot records, and customs or immigration documentation for any aircraft, vessel, or vehicle owned, operated, or used by Jeffrey Epstein or any related entity. Individuals, including government officials, named or referenced in connection with Epstein's criminal activities, civil settlements, immunity or plea agreements, or investigatory proceedings. Entities, corporate, nonprofit, academic, or governmental, with known or alleged ties to Epstein's trafficking or financial networks. And any immunity deals, non-prosecution agreements, plea bargains, or sealed settlements involving Epstein or his associates. Internal DOJ communications, including emails, memos, meeting notes concerning decisions to charge, not charge, investigate, or decline to investigate Epstein or his associates. All communications, memoranda, directives, logs, or metadata concerning the destruction, deletion, alteration, misplacement, or concealment of documents, recordings, or electronic data related to Epstein, his associates, his attention and death, or any investigative files. Documentation of Epstein's detention or death, including incident reports, witness interviews, medical examiner files, autopsy reports, and written records detailing the circumstances and cause of death. Section B, prohibited grounds for withholding. No record shall be withheld, delayed, or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity, including to any government official, public official, or foreign dignitary. Now,
public figure.
Now, this got in the House Majority Leader, Mike, what's his name? Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson did not like this one. Permitted withholdings. The Attorney General may withhold or redact the segregable portions of records that. So these are like the grounds to which redaction is permissible. Contain personally identifiable information of victims or victims' personal and medical files or similar files that disclosure of which would constitute a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So this is victim protection, which is honestly totally fine. Totally fine with that. I don't care. I don't want the victims' names. I want the perpetrators' names. You know.
Yeah.
Contain or contain child sexual abuse materials. This is so no child porn. Again, part of victim protection. Totally fine with that. And there were people that were against it that were straight up lying and pretending like this line wasn't in here. Would jeopardize an active federal investigation or ongoing prosecution, provided that such withholding is narrowly tailored and temporary. So this is the first one that I'm just like I get it, but I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I get it. Depict or contain images of death, physical abuse, or injury of any person. Well, I'm fine with that one. We don't need to see the damage done. We just need to know who did the damage, basically. Or contain information specifically authorized under criteria established by an executive order to be kept secret in the interest of national defense or foreign policy, and are in fact properly classified pursuant to such executive order. So basically, Trump. Yeah. So Trump can basically, with the power of the black ink, essentially redact any names he think are going to be compromising to national security. All redactions must be accompanied by a written justification published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress. I like that. So if there's every single redaction has to have like a clearly defined justification for it. So they can't just be like, we redacted this whole page just because. It's like, no, you can't do that shit. To the extent that any covered information would otherwise be redacted or withheld as classified information under this section, the Attorney General shall declassify that classified information to the maximum extent possible. Fair enough. If the Attorney General makes a determination that covered information may not be declassified and made available in a manner that protects the national security of the United States, including methods or sources related to national security, the Attorney General shall release an unclassified summary for each of the redacted or withheld classified information. Good. All decisions to classify any covered information after July 1st, 2025 shall be published in the Federal Register and submitted to Congress, including the date of classification, the identity of the classifying authority, and an unclassified summary of the justification. And then Section 3, report to Congress. Within 15 days of completion of the release required under Section 2, the Attorney General shall submit to the House and Senate committees on the Judiciary a report listing all categories of records released and withheld, a summary of redactions made, including legal basis, and a list of all government officials and politically exposed persons named or referenced in the released materials, with no redactions permitted under subsection B. So, that's the whole bill. And actually, for a one-page bill, it does a pretty good job of trying to, cover all the bases it could to prevent...
Everything, yeah.
Yeah, obviously there's a few things in here that provide wiggle room, but
yeah,
this is a pretty solid, straightforward bill, actually, surprisingly.
So what happens if they don't deliver?
Okay, so I'm going to get to that. I promise I'm going to get to that. Let's go through the timeline. So this was submitted, and it passed with only one no vote through the House. And the GOP rep Clay Higgins was the only vote against the measure. So, man, imagine being that guy. The one guy who voted against it. So, it passed the House resoundingly. And once it passed the House and it was on its way to the Senate, there was a lot of rumblings.
Have you seen what Clay Higgins said, by the way?
No, I haven't. I haven't looked into that. What did he say?
So, essentially what he said is that the reason why he voted against it was because innocent people were going to get hurt for being so much as mentioned.
Even though
which everyone's response was...
That's the point!
Don't fucking care.
That's the point, though. So it passed, and as it was on its way to the Senate, that's when a lot of people were like saying that the Senate is going to fuck with it. They're going to take out all the good stuff and basically declaw the bill before they passed it, and it was going to be like a partisan shit show, etc., etc., etc. You know, Mike Johnson himself, the Senate Majority Leader, Mike Johnson, he wasn't super happy about, you know, like I said before, specifically this line right here, which is this right here is why Clay voted against it. So,
That's why Clay voted against it. But the thing is, Clay, whenever he talked about it, about why he voted against it, he failed to mention the fact that personal identifiable information of victims wasn't going to be included, which is something that he mentioned he had a problem with.
Yeah. And it's like, it's
just like, well, did you fucking read it, motherfucker? I read it. It took me like 5 minutes.
Half of the items in this list right here are dedicated to victim protection.
Yeah.
Like, and the thing is, like, people are like unanimously like totally fine with that. You know, we're totally fine with all of that. So all that shenanigans happened, and then it got to the Senate, and everyone is actually surprised that it passed immediately with no changes, unanimously, 100-0. It passed with 0 amendments or changes, which was shocking.
Objection, so ordered. Senate has now passed the Epstein bill as soon as it comes.
Yeah, so that was like a shock to people, especially since like there were people like Mike Johnson right here, who expressed that he was deeply disappointed that the Senate approved the Epstein Files bill without making changes. He said, but he voted for it. Like, he said he spoke to Trump about it tonight. We both have concerns, Johnson said. If asked if Trump may veto it, I'm not saying that well, first of all, it's veto proof. If it passes unanimously, it's veto proof. So yeah, he can't veto it.
Any reaction to Leader Thune seeing the bill without adding amendments or changing it?
I am deeply disappointed in this outcome. I think I've been at the state dinner. I don't know. I was just told that Chuck Schumer rushed it to the floor and put it out there preemptively. It needed amendments. I just spoke to the president about that. We'll see what happens.
So do you think he may veto it? You say you spoke to the president?
I'm not saying that.
Is he supportive of it in its current form?
We both have concerns about it, so we'll see. I was standing there with the Crown Prince. We couldn't call.
Are you frustrated in the majority leader? Are you upset with the majority leader?
So, yeah, that happened. The Crown Prince? He had to go into a dinner or a function with him. That's where he's like walking to right now. That's why he's like not
Crown Prince?
Crown Prince. Like a foreign dignitary or something. I think like probably like the Saudis or something. I don't know what it was.
I see. Fair enough. It's like I understand now why he doesn't. You know, he's like, I'm gonna go have dinner with.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't look good for him because it was Chuck Schumer, who everybody hates, but he is a Democrat. It was a Democrat that basically rushed it to the floor for a vote for, I think, very obviously for partisan reasons. Because basically what's going on here is that both sides think that the other side is going to get fucking destroyed by these files. You know, it's like not realizing that both sides are going to get hurt by this. So, yeah, that happened.
Watch nobody in our government be implicated and it just be a bunch of foreign
people. Yeah, people. I was thinking
and everyone's
that
like,
too.
wait, none of us are in it?
Yeah, right.
Oh.
That'd be amazing.
That'd be really funny. But and also, I don't see that being the case.
Brother Doom just hit on the head. I don't necessarily think it's like it's politicians. It's donors. It's the donor class that are going to be filling the pages of these lists.
Everyone's like, it's your donors are the problem. No, it's your donors.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And they're protecting their donors. I think that's a huge part of it. Because it goes.
I think the fact that like politicians can even fucking have donors is bullshit. I think the fact that politics, like, there's even like money involved and like, and it's just.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, yeah, you're right. Donors fund. Not typically they fund it in a lopsided fashion, from donor to donor. But they like you see that you notice that like like Disney, like a lot of like these media companies, they'll donate like 90% to Democrats, but they'll also donate that last 10% to Republicans, just in case some Republicans win. They can say that, yeah, we gave some money to you, you know, just to indicate that they're willing to play ball. You know, it's like a stopgap of donation strategy that they do.
It's really, really dumb because it basically turns our politics into, well, what it currently is, which is it's just a fucking popularity contest.
Well, you're just
whoever
buying
has
influence.
the most donors can buy the most advertisements. Yeah, it's just like it's literally just buying influence. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree.
And I hate it.
So it passes the Senate unanimously. Wild, right? Nothing passes unanimously. Without change in the form that we read it 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, whatever.
Wow.
So now the only thing in the way is Trump himself, but Trump signed it immediately. He just signed it as is, no problem.
Wow.
Yeah, so like this thing like made it through all the potential walls that people were worried about, like they were tissue paper. No problem. This just got through everything, like bam, 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 bam. And so that 30-day clock is now ticking. Okay.
So what happens?
And what happens? Well, this is what'll happen. So this is Thomas Massey here. This is what happens if they basically play bullshit.
Quick, now Manu appears to be talking to Thomas Massey, so maybe we'll just listen in to this for a second.
Right, not just to do a discharge petition and get it passed through the House, but to get the Senate to pass it and get the White House to sign it. We're not there yet, but when we get there, this is not a subpoena. This is a law.
And so you are confident that these documents will ultimately come out, even if the president tries to fight this?
Yes, I'm confident. And that we sort of, we know when they're out because we know what some of these lists, who some of the men are. I don't have the names in my head right now. The ultimate thing that we could do is read the names on the floor of the House, and that could happen, but what needs to happen is the FBI needs to release these names.
Is that something you might do if he resists this, if the DOJ releases this? Could you go to the floor and read these names?
We absolutely would do that. Marjorie would do that. I would do that. There are Democrats who would do that. And but that's not the right path forward. That's the last effort if we hit all of the walls. But so far, we're making it through the walls and over the walls, and we're getting this done.
How much?
So that's the nuclear option, basically.
He basically said, like, nuclear option, I'll do it. Just Republicans will do it. But you're gonna get those fucking names.
His co-author will read it with them. You know. Now I doubt Marjorie Taylor Greene will, because Marjorie Taylor Greene just resigned in dramatic fashion.
I saw that. That was one of the things in my news.
Yeah. So I doubt she's gonna do anything. She just wants to get the fuck out of politics, I think. So if it's a bunch of redacted bullshit, which is the only thing left at this point, because it's gotten through all the barriers without any changes. So that 30-day clock is ticking. Everything is in place. If they don't comply, then it's not the best option, but my God, would it be one of the most epic things ever on the House floor?
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh my God, it's gonna be like the most viewed. Like C-SPAN is gonna do gangbusters on the numbers. You know what I mean? During that fucking hearing, it's like a part of me actually wants them to redact it all to hell, so that does happen. Like the most dramatic fucking thing, you know, just have Massey and what's her name, Rokana, just up there just reading the fucking names. You know what I mean? Like that would be epic.
I would love to see that.
What?
I'd be worried about one of them getting shot or both of them.
Right.
But I would love to see that.
Yeah. So that's like the nuclear option. That's if there's any shenanigans, then they're just going to read it on the House floor.
Time are you willing to give the president and the administration to release these documents when this becomes law?
I've never set a timeline. The victims have waited a very long time to get justice, and it's really up to them.
Okay. All right.
So that's pretty much the end of that interview. I do want to pull up one more thing that I should have had pulled up, but I didn't.
Which is?
Hang on, I'm bringing it up. I gotta find it first. This is it. This is like a super viral clip. I don't know if it's super viral, but it's a viral clip of Massey basically being all fire and brimstone about it, which is why like Massey is like basically just gotten like a huge fucking W
really
for
like
all this
Massey.
work. Yeah, he's great.
People have
But-
been like Massey for a while though.
Yeah.
Massey's pretty good.
That is wrong. Do not let the Senate muck this bill up. And if you're a party to that in the Senate, you are part of this cover-up that we are trying to expose. I am sorry if one of your billionaire donors is going to get embarrassed because he went to Rape Island. That is what they have coming. In fact, they need to be on the other side of bars, a lot of them. Some of them will be embarrassed, but some of them need to go to prison, and the survivors know that. So how will we know if this bill has been successful? We will know when there are men, rich men, in handcuffs being perp-walked to the jail. And until then, this is still a cover-up.
That line, like, I don't care if some of your billionaire friends get embarrassed because they went to Rape Island. That's such a great line. So this was like as the bill was being introduced in the House is when this happened.
Yeah.
I'd say okay. It's so another thing that prompted this was there was an event where some Democrats, I guess, got a hold of some emails, of a handful of emails from Epstein. This was like a couple weeks ago, and they released all these emails because they thought that it like implicated Trump in the emails, but it didn't. It actually like exonerated Trump, and it really backfired, and it ended up in a slew of Democrats getting their feet held to the fire, basically, because they were also mentioned in these emails. So the first one was Larry Summers. So Larry Summers, I don't know if you know who Larry Summers is, but he's like the ex-Treasury Secretary. He's like like he makes the rounds and all the like the leftist, media circles and stuff like that, doing interviews and shit like that. He's also like on the board of a bunch of like major things. Like he's on the board of Harvard. He used to be the president of Harvard. He's on like a couple other like really high ranking, like highly influential like economic boards and stuff like that. Like really, really big name in like Democrat donor class circles. He was, he was basically implicated, to be having ties to Epstein in the emails that the Democrats released, and he ended up resigning from everything. Like he's like done. Like he just resigned from everything. He was on the board of OpenAI, So he was like he fell. He's gone. He's gone because of those emails that were leaked. This is not even like the Epstein, like the major Epstein files thing. This was like a Democrat stunt to try to implicate Trump that completely backfired. Another one is there this congresswoman named Stacey Plaskett. So she's like a non-voting representative from the Virgin Islands. Because the Virgin Islands is like a territory, not a state, so she doesn't have voting power.
Yeah.
So she was basically receiving texts from Epstein, and this is only a few years. This was not a few years. She was basically questioning Trump during like one of the legal things that was happening with him, and Epstein was texting with her as she was questioning Trump on like what to ask, how to question Trump. Basically, Epstein was basically asking questions of Trump through this woman. So she's been like super implicated now, having ties. This is all after he was convicted as a child predator, by the way, right?
Oh my, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have this, which was also after he was convicted of being a child sexual predator. Jeffrey Epstein was invited to a Dem fundraising dinner and to get to know Hakeem Jeffries, by firm working with Brooklyn's Barack. So Hakeem Jeffries is the, he is, what is he? Is he the minority leader in the House? I think he's the House minority leader. So like House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer charged Tuesday the Democrat leader Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. So it's like an overt solicitation for Jeffrey Epstein to enter into Hakeem Jeffries' inner circle after he like only a couple, like 2 to 3 years after he was convicted of being a sex predator.
What the fuck?
And then another big one that also was Comer, who says Bill Clinton is a prime suspect in the Epstein investigation. And this was back in August, by the way. So Clinton, the Clintons are also getting like more and more surrounded, under siege as well. So this was just all Democrats that got BTFO'd by the release that Democrats did in an attempt to implicate Trump. And I think that actually is what triggered the very first thing that I showed, which was this. Is those were released back on the 12th, roughly the November 12th. This statement was made back on the 16th. So I like to think that it was that Democrat stunt that actually triggered this entire thing.
Wow.
Yeah, so there you go. And I think that's also why like Trump keeps referring to it as a Democrat hoax, which Trump's messaging and opinions about Epstein has been absolutely horrible. I don't know why he's been so out of touch bad with this issue of all things. Like if it's a hoax, then fucking just reveal it then. Like why this it's so frustrating. But after all this, that's the last thing I had, by the way. So I think that's where we're left. We're left with the bill intact, with the time bomb is ticking now, and there is a nuclear option. So he signed it 2 days ago. So we have roughly till Christmas time. This will be a hell of a Christmas present for the nation. So.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
Let's see. 2 days ago was. Hold on.
So it should be like December 20th. What it should be.
Hold on. My brain. There you go. That's what my calendar is. Yes, November has fucking
30 days. Yeah. Yeah, it should be December 20th. So, or 21st, depending on when exactly the time was. I don't know. And it also, I don't know. It says 30 days. It doesn't say like 30 business days or anything like that.
It would be the 20th. It would be a Saturday.
Right. So
it'll be a podcast day.
Oh my God, you're right.
Hopefully.
Oh man, we'll see. Hopefully they release it that morning.
1, 2, 4. It would be episode 59.
Yeah. So we'll see. But that's where we're at. That's where we're at with it. And like I told chat that I'm like cautiously optimistic about it, but I've also been cautiously optimistic about the last 3 versions of this bullshit. So, but
yeah,
this is different though. This is like it's like Massey said. This wasn't a subpoena. This was a law. You know what I mean? This has a lot more teeth than all the other prior stunts. Like, remember that god-awful stunt where they gave a bunch of conservative influencers like those binders of Epstein files, and they were like all redacted? Oh my God, what a fucking embarrassment that was. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But that's where we're at with Epstein. That's all I got. So I hope that was a good summary for you all. Let me see here. Let me go back to the tab with all the other stories in it. Let me minimize this. I'll bring that up. That.
Yeah, you're right, Valen. It was the Higgins guy, or the fuck. He was a New Jersey representative. Relationship with the Ahsoka actress? What?
Wait, you mean a live-action Ahsoka actress? What the fuck's her name? I can't remember her name. She was a fan casting, but she got too old. She was too old to be doing what she was doing in that show. Rosario Dawson. That's her name. Rosario Dawson. Okay, let's move south of the border because this is incredible.
No, she is not currently married.
This happened as we were like it started and as we were doing the podcast last week. Like,
okay,
yeah, that's what this happened. It happened like while we were live on air last time. Which was basically a massive violent protest at the, I mean, it was basically like Mexico's January 6th is what it was. So thousands protest crime and corruption in Mexico City as Gen Z protests gain momentum. They didn't get inside.
There's the flag!
Yeah, and you see it there. There's the Luffy flag again. You keep seeing that popping up in these third world revolt, like Gen Z revolts. So several thousand people took to the streets of Mexico City on Saturday to protest crime, corruption, and impunity. A demonstration organized by members of Generation Z.
Oh, soy él!
Which ended with strong backing. Which ended with strong backing from older supporters of opposition parties.
Do you know what that means? What I just yelled out?
No.
Yo soy él!
I am something.
I am him!
Oh, okay. The demonstration was mostly peaceful. Like, CNN, what is with CNN? I mean, this was fucking chaos, okay? This was violent chaos.
It was mostly people, and with some young people class police. Protesters attacked police with stones, fireworks, sticks, and chains, grabbing police shields and other equipment, but it was mostly peaceful.
They set up multiple layers of barriers around the presidential palace, and the protesters broke through all of them. And the only thing left between the Gen Z would have burned that fucking presidential it'd be like the equivalent of like burning the White House to the ground, right? They would have burned that thing to the ground if it wasn't for the police line that was surrounding it. Like, that's how close they got. The Capitol Security Secretary Pablo, they never actually made it inside, by the way. There's a lot of like sensationalism in the beginning that they had broken into the palace and, you know, all this other kind of stuff. That never happened. They never got inside the palace, but they sure as fuck got close. Yeah, remember I texted to you like that night, the night after last week's show.
Yeah,
it was like 1 a.m. or something like that, and I texted you. What was my? I think I said I'm too tired to track this, but I think the president of Mexico just got overthrown.
Yeah, that's exactly what you said.
That's why
she didn't.
Yeah, it's a shame she did it, but because there was a lot of sensationalism at first. But let's see. The Capitol Security Secretary Pablo Vazquez said 120 people were injured, 100 of them police officers. 20 people were arrested. Usually it's the other way around. Usually the police are fine with only very few people getting hurt, and like it's all the like Brazil, like in the favela raids that we covered in Brazil. Yeah. How like there was like 120 something odd people who were killed, and only 4 of them were cops.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the protesters were really pissed off this time. They are every time though. I mean, we saw it in Nepal.
I mean, yeah,
we saw it in Madagascar.
Here's the thing. Like, across the world, you have a generation of people that are just fucking fed up and have, like, and are poor and have literally, unironically, nothing to fucking lose.
Yeah.
Right? You got people with, like, houses and wives and, you know, fucking all this stuff, right? Like, most of these people are alone and they're on the internet all day and they're struggling to, like, afford their fucking bills and, like, you know, fucking... and eat and shit.
Zoomer
right?
Waffen rises.
And have no opportunity whatsoever to ever, own a house and live peaceful and live the life that their parents lived. Right?
It's a massive uprising of just globally disenfranchised youth. That's what it is.
Yeah, exactly. And so just across the world, and I'm not surprised, I'm seeing this in Mexico, a bunch of kids are like, bro, fuck the cartels. We're fucking done. We're fucking done. And if you won't take care of it, we'll take care of it.
Or what they've been doing is they've been begging the United States to take care of it. It's been, you see that in several of these countries. You see it in Venezuela, you see it in Mexico, where they the leaders of these opposition movements are begging President Trump to militarily, boots on the ground, hot war, intervene and fucking finally destroy these cartels once and for all. But I mean, Trump would be glad to do it. He said as much. He said as much that he'd be totally fine bombing Colombia and Venezuela and stuff like that. But he's having a hard time keeping a hold of his base right now because, MAGA is really getting sick of affordability crisis while foreign wars are getting funneled to the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars. You know what I mean? So the American people do not have the spirit right now, and especially MAGA, who are very much not, are very much like no new wars, don't want Trump to engage in this fucking third world intervention bullshit. They want him to focus on the economy and bringing the price of shit down here at home.
Yeah, so, I don't want us to send a bunch of fucking foreign aid to Mexico. I want us to send our military to Mexico, clear everything out, and then have Mexico pay us afterward. That's what I fucking want.
I mean,
I want us to I want Mexico to hire our military. That's what I want to happen.
Well, that's what I've always thought. Our military, in terms of engaging in these foreign regime change stuff like that, our military should kind of operate like a fucking what do you call it?
Mercenaries.
Mercenaries. Yeah, where it's you want us to engage in this war for you, pay us.
Yeah, exactly.
You pay us for it, we'll topple your country for you. You know what I mean?
I think it's fucking ridiculous that we're paying countries to let us fight for them. Fuck off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the UN.
Yeah, if we enter into a war with Mexico, I don't want us to fund Mexican forces to struggle to fight the cartels for years. I want us to send our overwhelming military might over there, absolutely fucking decimate the cartel from fucking corner to corner of fucking Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And then take our fucking treasure. Our treasure in brown women.
We will be the new conquistadors.
Yeah, dude, show up, help the people rise against the evil Mayans.
I'm always curious though when it comes to the United States getting involved in hot wars across Central and South America to fight these cartels and stuff like that. Especially Venezuela, which is because the cartels in Mexico is one thing. Obviously, the narco-state is a thing, but in the end, it's more like we're not trying to topple the Mexican government. We're trying to take out what are essentially terrorist cells. You know what I mean? That kind of a thing. But in the case of Venezuela, it is a straight up attack on the government of Venezuela. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you have the issue with Article 5 of NATO. Once one nation in NATO gets involved in a hot war, so that requires all the other nations of NATO to also get involved in that war. You know what I mean? So there's a lot more nuance to just Hegseth just sending the shock and awe campaign into wherever the fuck
I don't know, man.
in the Western Hemisphere.
I feel like we have no reason to recognize.
I don't think we should either. I think we should be able
as a government entity. I think we should recognize Maduro for what he is. He is a drug trafficking ring leader.
He doesn't have that many years left in him anyway.
Spokesperson who has taken over the government. He's not truly a government official. He is a criminal who should not be the leader of that country. So, like, we shouldn't see it as us entering a war with that country. We should see it as us liberating that country from its fucking
From an illegitimate occupying force, that kind of a thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
I
how
was wondering, like,
it.
I've never looked into detail into what the legality of the various NATO charters are in terms of, like, you know, you fuck with one of us, you fuck with all of us kind of scenarios. Like, could we potentially just like waive Article 5? You know what I mean? Be like, no, none of you other countries have to involve yourselves in this. We can take care of this ourselves. It's our problem. We'll take care of it ourselves.
It's our continent.
Yeah, exactly. It's our continent. We'll take care of it. It's fine. You know, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like all the other fucking countries in here are fucking useful anyway.
Villain,
they don't fucking do much.
Villain, send me that story right now. Is that a recent thing that happened?
What?
Yeah, just... You need to send me that immediately, Villain. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, man, like, seriously, like, by the way, chat, if they just got arrested a few days ago, send me that story, please. Just send me that story. We could cover it next week for sure. But
we can't cover it this week.
We could cover it now if you want, like right after this.
Oh my god, I have the story.
Do you?
Fox News. Yeah, because I do.
Oh, send it to me right now. We'll cover it after this Mexico thing.
I can send it to you. Yeah, I can send it to you. I feel like it works. It works.
Right,
I did send you something else earlier, which we can recover that one next week.
Okay.
Scotland fans celebrating against Denmark caused a small earthquake.
Okay. You're gonna have to send that one to me again, though. Send that to me put that. I'm telling you, use the Vixen's Folly. Use the Vixen's Folly, or tag me with it on Twitter or whatever. Because if it's in our DMs, it'll get lost. You're right. You're right. Hey, Jimbug. But yeah, they it's probably the largest Gen Z. Yeah, so they're talking about Nepal. We need more security, said Andres Massa, a 29-year-old business consultant who carried a pirate skull flag that has become a global symbol of Gen Z protests. So that's the thing. It's not just like a business consultant. That means he doesn't have a job. Like, that is a jobless person, a business consultant. Arisbeth Garcia, a 43-year-old physician who joined the protest, said she was marching for more funding for the public health system and for better security because doctors are also exposed to the insecurity gripping the country, where you can be murdered and nothing happens. Let's see. I mean, and you see that a lot too. Like 43, that's how old I'm gonna be in fucking 2 months. It's I swear to God, there's like this there's like an alliance, it seems, between Gen X and Gen Z. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like Gen Xers and like Gen Z have are very, very similarly minded. Whereas the boomers and millennials are very similarly minded, which is why when you go...
Both boomers and millennials lived through golden ages.
Yeah, exactly. But so did Gen X.
Gen X kind of lived through golden age, but so what happened with Gen X is that they basically got the fucking, you know, they were directly after the boomers and they were raised by the boomers, and so they had to deal with the boomers, you know, adult mentality, which is fucking retarded.
Yeah,
right?
Well, I guess I consider
they had to pick up the scraps after the boomers.
I'm an Xennial, but I think I feel much more like a Gen Xer than a millennial for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, have you ever did you watch like the if you watch like modern like leftist protests, you'll notice that it's all like 30-something millennial women, like ugly 30-something women, and fucking old ass pensioners with gray hair. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Like the prevalence of old people at left-wing protests these days is astoundingly high. Because these days the left-wing protests essentially boil down to preservation of the global homo liberal rules-based world order, right? Because that is the boomer project. Like the life of the boomer is defined by the establishment of that world order. And so they're fighting right now to preserve that thing that they built that is failing, utterly failing. As you know, it's failing Gen Z, but overall it's failing the West in general by basically every metric and perspective you can think of, from economics to culture to, you know, high trust, low trust, to crime, you know, whether they're net taxpayers or net takers, net givers, etc. All these, every metric you can imagine, you know what I mean? The global homo world order is like destroying Western countries. But that's like the boomer project. Like, that is their thing. And so you see them a lot, very prevalently at protests these days, because to them, it's like the preservation of their way of life that they lived their whole lives. Like the liberal establishment that they built their whole lives is like crumbling around in their last days on Earth. You know what I mean? So they're like desperate to like keep it going. Whereas like Gen Z is like, all we gotta do is just wait you fuckers out. You know what I mean? Like in 10 years, the vast majority of the boomers are going to be gone. You know what I mean? And you're going to see a dramatic shift once the boomers are gone. You're going to see a very dramatic political shift when the boomers go away. But let's go back to Mexico. So then in the days, let's see, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum still has high approval ratings despite a recent spat of high-profile murders that includes the assassination of a popular mayor in the western state of, I wanted to say Michigan, but it's Michoacan. I keep forgetting that so many, like, so much of Mexico still have, like, these Aztec names. In the days leading up to Saturday's protest, Sheinbaum accused right-wing parties of trying to infiltrate the Gen Z movement. It's not infiltration, my dude. They're just radicalizing towards the right for good reason. They're doing it out of, like, survival and necessity, really. And of using bots on social media to try to increase attendance. No, they're not Indians. This week, some Gen Z social media influencers said that they no longer back Saturday's protests. While other figures like former President Vicente Fox and Mexican billionaire Ricardo Salinas Pliego published messages in support of the protests. Saturday's march was attended by people from several age groups, with supporters of the recently killed Mocoacan Mayor Carlos Manzo attending the protest wearing the straw hats that symbolize his political movement. The state is dying, said Rosa Maria Avila.
Oh, I was muted. Oopsies. Michoacan.
Okay. A 65-year-old Michoacan. Oh, okay. Not Mitch. Okay.
There you go.
Michoacan.
Yeah.
A 65-year-old real estate agent who traveled from the town of Pátzcuaro in Michoacan state. He was killed because he was a man who was sending officers into the mountains to fight delinquents. He had the guts to confront them, she said of Manzo. So he's talking about this guy. This isn't Manzo, although this fucking image is badass.
That is a great image. Yeah.
I put it in the thumbnail for the video because I was like, this is such a great image. But it's just basically saying how it was this mayor of this Mexican state of the city of this Mexican state of Michoacan, who basically spoke out against the cartels.
Michoacan.
And like 2 days, Michoacan.
Oh. One at a time.
Mich.
O. A.
Can. Michoacan.
Michoacan. The can at the end has to be a bit more emphasized.
Michoacan.
Thingy. There you go.
The little chicang above it. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. Michoacan.
Michoacan.
Basically means you extend that sound.
Michoacan. Okay. And Apatingan.
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 You know what's really funny? In Cuban slang, that last part is very similar to the slang for fucking.
Yeah, so but this guy, he was killed over the weekend out in public while he was celebrating Day of the Dead with like a crowd of people. Like, that's how crazy the cartels are, like crazy dangerous the cartels are. They have like no problem just like murdering you in front of a crowd of people during like a major holiday.
Yep.
But he spoke out against the cartels, and the cartels killed him for it, and that's what sparked these fucking protests. Calling. And if you look at videos of these events, they're honestly a little too violent for me to show on YouTube. Like, a lot of the YouTubers showing it had to like mosaic a bunch of it out because it got pretty bad. But they're chanting, narco-state, however you say that in Spanish.
Narco-estado!
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're just...
Narco-estado! Yeah, I mean, they're right. They're fucking right.
They're absolutely right. There was like 40...
The cartel has the entire government in their pocket. And I know this because if they weren't in their pocket, they'd be dead.
They'd be dead. There was more than 40 people assassinated by the cartels in the lead up to Sheinbaum getting into power. Like, obviously it's a narco state. She was the one that said that she'd play ball, and so she's the one who got to live and become the leader. It's that simple. Like, these are absolutely fucking narco states. So let's see. I don't think that they're moving more right, villain. I think they don't care either way, and they just want the system to get fixed or get done. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, Doom. The thing is, though, what's happening is that the political establishment is labeling them as far-right radicals. That's what's happening. They're being labeled that, even though they're not necessarily like right-wing by their, they're like explicitly right-wing themselves. They're
it's
just
the same thing as English.
They're just, the system is failing us, and we are demanding the system be radically changed, so that we're not getting fucked over anymore. Like, that's all it is.
The England method is just label them far right, and then they'll stop.
Yeah,
right?
but that's what they're doing. And the thing is, in Nepal, the Nepalese protesters weren't fucking right wingers. That Gen Z movement wasn't a bunch of right wingers. But they're being labeled like that especially by like the international media, like CNN and stuff like that. It's not really a right wing uprising.
Being anti-establishment.
It's a generation.
Right wing.
It's very much a generational establishment, and the establishment.
I thought being anti-establishment was punk and cool and liberal. What happened to that?
Well, the establishment is making a really, really bad move of essentially like segregating it into like political factions. They're basically like they're surrendering, freedom and liberation to their political opponents. You're like, oh, they want to overthrow the system that's fucking them over. That makes them right wing. It's like, no, it doesn't. But why would you do that? Why would it's like all you're doing is you're making it.
I didn't know that the rebels in Star Wars were right wing. Good to know.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, though. That's what they're doing. It's like, and it's just like how they say, like,
are right wing.
It's Nazi behavior to want to preserve your people and your homeland and have your country's government, basically work for the native people of the country first before others, as Nazi behavior. You know what I mean? It's like I'm sorry, but if being a Nazi means basically like banishing the evil Islamists from our homelands and ensuring safety and security for our families and our children and our people and a prospering economy, then you're making Nazism very, very appealing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just the wrong way to do it. It's the wrong way to go about it.
Being punk was never about being right or left. Being like genuinely into punk was never about being right or left.
Correct.
Now, the fact that yes, what you just said, Brother Doom, lefties just infect everything and make it all about them. Correct. That's exactly what it is. A bunch of people thought the punk aesthetic was cool because that's what fucking like lefty fucking people do.
Back in the 70s and 80s and 90s, if you went to if you went to an underground punk event,
makes me feel special. I'll be this thing.
Dude, if you went to like an underground punk event back in like the 70s, 80s, 90s and stuff like that, you would have fucking anarchists shoulder to shoulder with communists and Nazis and all kinds of psycho kind of people of all the extremes of all the different political factions. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't a political thing. It was a rebellious anti-establishment thing. And that sentiment can come from anywhere. But now, like, you look at punk now, and it has been thoroughly infested by leftism. Like, what was that? There was a concert recently. It was like a punk rock concert that showed it had like these giant billboards to like the left and right of the stage. And the billboards were literally a list of rules. And the rules were no homophobia, no transphobia, no racism, all the leftist labels, basically. That's what was on the thing. And it's like, man, if this is punk, then punk, it doesn't exist anymore. It just doesn't. You know what I mean? Afropunk was the concert.
Afropunk?
Yeah, it's like, let me see if I can bring it up for you. I know this is a tangent, but I want to show you how ridiculous this Afropunk festival.
We're anti-establishment, but you have to follow the rules of our establishment, okay?
Yes. Wait, is it that? No, it's this. This right here. This. Let me show you. This is what I want to show you. Oh, come on. Load. Please load. This was a punk concert. Afro-punk fest. Yeah. Look at this. It's like, and look at this. It's an Afro-punk, and it's like a sea of white people. Like, there's a black person there. There's a few black people here. But it's like, I'm sorry, but this is not punk. This is pathetic. This is leftist dog shit. Is what
all right,
this
everyone,
is.
are you ready to rage for the machine?
You might as well just say no fun, no fun, no fun, no fun. This is just the most ludicrous fucking thing.
Follow the rules. Follow the rules.
Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. We're punk. It's so pathetic. It's so pathetic. Okay, let's move on. Let's get into like more individual personal stories. Okay.
Wait. I sent you the thing. We're gonna cover that next.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we have to cover that next. You're right.
Fucking villain failed to mention that the reason why they wanted to do it was to make sex slaves.
Okay. So let's this is why I missed it, because it was published today.
Let me fucking read this. There's no way this was published today. It says it was published.
Yesterday.
I was like, yeah, that time hasn't happened today yet. 2 Texas men charged in plot to invade Haitian island and make women, children sex slaves. Oh yeah, hold on. The punctuation here is weird. Are they saying they want to turn women into child sex slaves? They want to make women sex slaves for children? I'm confused here.
Yeah, it's not a good.
Punctuation is weird. Prosecutors. Federal prosecutors allege pair planned coup on Ganave Island between August 2024 and July 2025. So these are the 2 guys. That guy on the left is high out of his fucking mind.
Yeah.
And that guy on the right's face is too small for his head.
Yeah, his head gets way. He's very got the what's the bad guy?
He's got the fucking something about him is very Toad chic.
What's the Will Ferrell animated superhero movie where he plays the villain who becomes the good guy?
No idea.
Oh god, what am I thinking of, chat?
Anyways,
he looks like that guy.
Let me just water. 2 Texas men have been charged in an alleged plot to invade a Haitian island, kill its male residents, and enslave the women and children as their sex slaves. What do the children do? Federal prosecutors announced Thursday. Gavin Rivers Weisenberg, 21, of Allen, and Tanner Christopher Thomas, 20, of Argyle, were indicted on charges of conspiracy to murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country and production of child pornography.
What if they have had to have killed,
US
like...
Attorney Office.
Wait, they wanted to do this to the entire country?
No. Just I think it's just one of the islands.
Okay.
But yeah. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Texas. Weisenberg and Thomas had to murder all of the men on the island so they could turn all of the women and children into their sex slaves. Federal prosecutors allege.
They must be Conan Exiles enjoyers.
Yeah, dude. These boys be gaming. They're like, man, our ancestors did it. Keep going down, is there more?
Yeah, there's more, but isn't Haiti the island that's currently occupied and run by a fucking gangster named Cannibal or whatever? Remember we covered that?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think there's yeah.
Is he still in charge? I never kept up with that. I doubt it, but like, because I know that the government like tried to like make a killdozer with a flamethrower to like take him out, but he escaped. You remember that shit? Like.
Yeah, I remember that. That's just crazy. General Barbecue, who is a cannibal. That's right.
Yeah, General Barbecue. Is he like, you guys don't stand a fucking chance against General Barbecue. Are you kidding me?
Go back up. There was more that you missed. Go up. What the fuck? Oh, everything's lagging. Hold on. I see what's going on. Hold on. Wait. I have to give it a second. Okay.
This is where
below the picture of that dude.
Yeah, below this is where you are, right here.
Between August 2024 and July 2025, Weisenberg and Thomas allegedly planned to take over Ganave Island to carry out their rape fantasies, court documents state. They intended to buy a sailboat, guns, and ammunition, and recruit members from Washington, D.C.'s homeless community to serve as a mercenary force as they invaded Ganave Island and staged a coup d'etat, prosecutors said.
I wonder if they're Mormons.
Authorities allege the pair took steps to prepare for the invasion, including learning Haitian Creole.
Wow.
To seduce the ladies, of course. Attempting to recruit others and enrolling in schools to gain skills that would help them carry out the invasion.
What
Thomas
schools?
What the fuck? Thomas even joined the U.S. Air Force to receive relevant military training, according to prosecutors.
Holy
You went to the fucking Air Force for military training?
They were like really committed to this.
You went to the chair force for military training?
Yeah, like if you go to the Army or the Marines. Actually, no, go to the Marines or the Navy.
Yeah, everyone knows that you only joined the Air Force for a check. In addition to the alleged invasion plan, both men are accused of producing child pornography. With who? Ganave Island, located in the Gulf of Ganave, has a population of roughly 100,000. That's a lot of men, dude.
So 50,000, roughly 50,000 then, if it's a half and half, like normal.
You need to have it. You guys need to somehow bring it 50,000 rounds of ammunition and never miss.
Exactly. Just like perfect headshots.
Partners convicted. Wait, no, that's something else. Put in. What the fuck? If convicted, Weisenberg and Thomas each face up to life in federal prison for the conspiracy charge. The child pornography charge carries between 15 and 30 years, and that should be the opposite. Those should be the opposite. That pisses me off.
Yeah.
Federal prison, yeah, those should be the opposite. All right? You should get death sentence for the one underneath, and 15 to 30 years for the one above.
That is so fucking crazy, dude. I want this to be a movie.
Go down.
That's it.
Any more? U.S.
No,
Attorney. U.S. Attorney Office for the Eastern District of Texas telling me to respond. Okay.
Yeah,
that's fucking wild. That's wild. What are the comments? I need to know what people are saying. I need to know.
I was planning on getting married, getting a decent job, wage job to buy a house and raise a family. My future wife had the same plan. Have things changed that much? Who the heck goes to Haiti?
Yes, motherfucker. Bro, I said 50 years ago. It's like, yes, because you didn't realize it. People are out of their fucking minds nowadays.
These aren't funny comments because it's Fox News boomers.
Yeah.
So they're not funny comments.
They're better off working 60 to 70 hours a day and buying a $50 car.
And a house for $10,000.
Yeah, this is exactly it. It never occurred to them. 50,000 male citizens against a pair of them and a handful of mercenaries were uneven odds at best. Too much thinking with the little head instead of the big head.
Oh, here's your comment. How would joining the Air Force prepare for a beach assault? Sounds like a really solid plan. These two worked up. I remember this episode of Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. What the fuck is this spelling?
Yeah.
By the way, it's spelled Wile, it's spelled Wile, W-I-L-E, and then E, middle initial, and then Coyote. With 2 O's. Like, dude.
There was a Roadrunner episode. Wait, hold on. What was that? In which the coyote tried to become a genocidal sex tyrant of a Haitian island. That's wild. God.
Chesters always operate in pairs. They set to serve their time in a Haitian prison and publicly announce their crimes and arrival date at the Haitian prior to their arrival. If they called themselves Clintons, the State Department would be sending them cash. Yeah, that's the thing. These two are clearly not. Yeah, that was one of my that was my thing about, like, you know, Mr. Barbecue. Like, oh man.
God, they'd get eaten. They'd get eaten.
I actually admire their ambition.
It's white man flesh. Good old white man flesh. The only thing better than this would be white woman flesh.
It's an awesome planet till the mushrooms wore off. No, this wasn't just a bad trip though. Like, one of them joined the fucking Air Force.
His name is Gray. Look at his name.
Pelosi's swizzle stick. The island is full of gangs that do that already. Yeah. So that's fucking amazing.
That's so funny.
Just a Friday evening for Texans? Yeah, and they use it for fucking wild hogs and stuff. Oh, man. Okay.
Sounds like Crusader King player.
This is what that Pay sent me, actually. And it's like, this is reason number 10,462,193 to homeschool your kids.
Louisiana middle school defends expelling girl. Defends? Yeah, the defender opted the choice of expelling the girl, 13, after she hit male classmate who allegedly shared AI-generated nude photos of her. Since when the fuck did we expel kids for fucking hitting someone on the bus? What the fuck?
That's zero tolerance policy. That's a zero tolerance policy. Dude, zero tolerance is one of the absolute worst things that's ever happened to our public school system. That's saying a lot.
Like, this is the opposite of No Child Left Behind. What happened? And Louisiana Middle School is doubling down its decision to expel a 13-year-old girl victimized by male classmates who allegedly created and shared AI-generated nude photos of her around campus. The 8th grader at 6th Ward Middle School is accused of hitting one of the boys on the bus. Accused? Did she actually do it? Heading home after they continued to taunt her and trade. It didn't happen in the school, alright? If it happens on the bus, it's staying on the bus. Everyone knows the bus is like Vegas, okay? Like, dude, I remember like when I was a kid and I was on the bus, some of the high schoolers would fuck on the bus. And I remember kids would get into fist fights. All sorts of shit would happen on the bus. Kids would do drugs on the bus. The bus was like the safe haven because the bus driver did not give a shit.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, I remember when I was in elementary school, I watched a high school girl get fucked with her tits out the window of the bus as we were passing like through a homestead area.
We gotta do some shit on fucking band trips, man.
Yeah, that fucking wild shit. She like, you know, like bus windows are like these like little rectangles.
Oh yeah, they're not easy to like. You got to be like she must have had some not big old titties then if she could fit through that little rectangle.
No, so just her boobies went through the rectangle, not her top torso. Just her boobies.
Just her boobies.
Yeah, the dude was fucking her pressed against the fucking bus window with her tits out. And I remember we were driving. I wonder if I said homestead. We were driving through like a residential like what's I'm looking for? Suburb area.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's like some dude outside on the lawn, like doing his fucking lawn. Like, what the fuck? But yeah, like all the kids on the bus laughing when it happens. Man, things were wild back in the day. Most I saw was Flash.
Trust me, I was in the band in the 90s, and I was one of the better players, so I got to travel like with the basketball team and the pep band and stuff like that. So I got like a bunch of days off of school to like travel with the teams. And boy, howdy, did we get into some freaky shit in the bus. Like, because they were like long trips, so they were like, it would be just like the bus would just be at night, with all the lights off of the bus, and it's just shit happens, man.
Be fucking.
Oh yeah, shit happened, man.
But yeah, no. Now, if you hit a boy for spreading your fucking nudes, for spreading AI generated nudes of you, you get expelled. You don't even get you get suspended for a week. No, you get fucking expelled. What the fuck?
This is such a perfect microcosm, though, of like, the rules-based order that the schools are like completely inundated with. Like this is, Sargon talks about this, how like the failing of liberalism is that it basically like replaces like relational morality and virtue ethics with essentially just follow the rules. So it's like if you break the rules, you're gonna get in trouble. Whereas, yeah, she broke that rule of you're not supposed to hit people, but it's completely ignoring the relational aspect. Like, like what she did was absolutely a moral thing to do. You know what I mean?
She should have killed that kid.
So
I would have.
Completely, she acted in a very relationally moral manner, but because she broke the rules, she gets in trouble. This is the problem with the rules-based order, is that like it basically says that as long as you're following the rules, you're acting in a moral way, and if you don't follow the rules, then you're immoral. It's entirely based on follow the rules and not like actual like relational, virtuous actions and stuff like that, which is, I hate it so fucking much.
Elder boys, after they continued to taunt her and trade the images featuring her face on a naked body, even after she reported the harassment to school officials, according to her lawyers. The Lafourche Parish County School District expelled the teen over the physical altercation in late August, not long after the school year started. Now her family is planning to sue the school board for failing to protect their daughter and instead punishing her. I have a question. How the fuck did these like middle school boys acquire AI imaging software capable of generating CSIM? Considering that like most like AI generating softwares that are publicly available have really, really strict anti-porn shit.
Well, it says that it gets her face on a naked body, which you could do with Photoshop. Like the article. Well, it says AI generated new photos of her around campus, but that's not what featuring her face on a naked body. That's not necessarily AI. So, is it really AI?
Well,
I don't.
It says it's AI generated, which.
Well, it says allegedly created and shared AI generated new photos around campus. I don't know. I
don't know, man. Photoshop isn't as popular these days. I don't think these kids are gonna take the time to Photoshop. Back in the day when I was a kid, absolutely, shit like this happened. That was the sort of thing that like happened every now and then, where some kid would get like full gooner mode and spend like an evening photoshopping his picture of his crush.
Yeah,
into
that's
a
true.
naked body.
An 8th grader isn't gonna know how to use fucking Photoshop. That's true.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're well past that era.
Yeah, we are.
So I do believe it when it says it's AI. But now my question is, how the fuck did they get access to that? The family's attorney first tried to convince the board to throw out her expulsion at school board meeting on November 5th, arguing the girl was mercilessly bullied. Yeah, what happened to no bullying? What the fuck happened to that? For the explicit images all day because the nude model featured a sizable bush. Yeah, what the fuck happened to the lefty anti-bully mentality? Isn't bullying against the rules? The attorneys argued that she wasn't granted due process and fairness, due process, and said that the school board was setting a dangerous precedent by letting the boys involved go unpunished. I mean, yeah, no shit. On September 15th, one of the male students involved in the ordeal was charged with 10 counts of unlawful dissemination of images created by artificial intelligence. The charges were only announced on November 10th, according to the La Fourche Parish County Sheriff's Office. The girl had reached her wit's end when she was riding the bus home from school, which she shared with a gaggle of boys who were going around showing off the photo. Her lawyer said that she swatted at the boy to knock the phone out of his hand. It's unclear if this is the same boy who was later charged. Earlier that day, the girl tried to report the harassment to school officials and offhandedly mentioned that she wanted to call her father. The lawyer said that the school officials told her that she didn't need to get parents involved right now. Yeah, that's another thing I fucking hate. I'm sorry, but if a student wants to call their fucking parent, they get to call their parent. Simple as.
Simple as.
Fuck you. If you fucking deny a student the ability to call their parent, I would consider you fucking, what's I'm looking for? Like, I would personally, as a parent, if I found out that you denied my kid to fucking call me, if they really wanted to call me, I would feel like you were essentially fucking kidnapping my child.
Or child abuse or something.
I wouldn't call it child abuse, because you are literally kidnapping them, as far as I'm concerned. If they do not want to be there, and they want to call me, it's up to me whether or not they're there or not, first off. Not up to you. Right? And if they want to call me, and they're like, hey, this is happening, and I say, well, I'll deal with it, that's on me. That's not up to you. That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, we've seen that too, like how...
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, but that child is my fucking property. You do not get to fucking decide what the fuck that child does.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You can tell that child what they should or shouldn't do, but if that child wants to walk out and fucking leave, that's up to them. That's up to them, and it's my problem, not fucking yours. It's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Dude, I would lose my fucking
shit. Dude, if we see this, we've seen this fissuring where, like...
Dude, if my kid told me that a teacher fucking, like, prevented them from calling me and told them that they weren't allowed to call me, I would go to the school. I swear I would go to the school and ask them, like, did you tell my child that they can't call me? Yes? Okay, cool. And I'd fucking sock them.
They weren't... Is this the thing, like, when I was in high school, like, we could go to, like, the office and stuff like that and ask, to talk to our parents. They would absolutely, like, just wait there and, we'll get a hold of your dad. They'll ask you why. They'll ask you why, because they want to be able to tell their dad, your dad, why your son or daughter is trying to get a hold of them. And they'd let you talk to them. And then they'd write, would write a little note, or they'd even escort you to your class after it was done, saying, hey, just needed to talk to his parents. Like, that was very normal when I was in school. Yeah. But, like, I'm telling you right now that it's the 1-2 punch of COVID. I mean, it was really, like, before that it was starting, but it really got really bad during COVID and during, like, the whole transgender kid nonsense that's still going on to this day, by the way, where, like, teachers started viewing parents as, like, hostile entities. You know what I mean? And they just, like, really became, like, averse to, like, wanting the parents involved in anything so long as the kids were at school. It's really fucking bad right now. So
yeah, dude, I would lose my fucking shit. This is actually like what I've told, like, Pay. It's like, if I get in trouble because I fucking punched a teacher because they denied my fucking child access to be able to contact me, like, I'm sorry, but if anyone has a problem with that, you're gonna have to put me in a fucking body bag. That's the only fucking way that I'm going to apologize or accept any sort of punishment for that action. Go fuck yourself. Because I know that I'm fucking justified, whether the law agrees with me or not.
Yeah, because you don't get your morals from the law.
No, I don't. What is she supposed to do? She's reported to the people who were supposed to protect her, but she was victimized. Attorney Benjamin Camillo? Said during...
I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
It's
said
French.
During the school board meeting. Camillo also claimed that the boy involved in the altercation was never properly investigated or present at the girl's expulsion hearing. Attorney Matt Ori went a step further and accused the school board of pushing its students to the brink through their inaction. This is how kids become suicidal. this right here, and you guys are saying it's okay?
I mean, yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm surprised she didn't kill herself. She asked for help, not once, not twice. She is the victim, and now you took her out of the school and suspended her? Excuse me, expelled her? He added. Both attorneys said that the board's investigation was botched and set the victim up for failure, particularly once investigators claimed they couldn't locate the photo that circulated around the school. You didn't find an image? I bet you didn't. It's Snapchat. It disappears, Rory said. Board member Valerie Bourgeot, is this in France?
It's in Louisiana, so there's a bunch of French stuff. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck was I? Though insisted that while the girl was a victim, she never would have been expelled if she had not hit the young man, and suggested they could have settled their differences outside of school. They did it. It's called the fucking bus. The bus isn't in school, you fucking retard.
Right.
It's not even owned by the school. Buses are fucking privately owned by the fucking bus driver.
Yeah, the third-party contractors, basically.
Yes, they are third-party contractors. So they did handle it outside the fucking school. And that's another thing. This is a problem happening within school, so it should be handled in school.
Yeah, this is like...
Why the fuck are you... Like, what a weird thing to say. Oh, actually, they should have just, handled it in the alley like they were supposed to. Fuck off. Someone shoot this fucking lady.
I know. Like, what do you say? Like they should have just taken it outside and handled it like men? Like, it's like, what are you talking about?
My love?
Can you come in the room, please?
Yeah, give me a second.
Okay.
Get back.
I don't know what you type, but Pay didn't sound so good from that. The Board of Superintendent Jared Martin ultimately refused to revoke the student's expulsion and instead amended it, allowing her to return to school on probation. Sometimes in life we can get both victims and perpetrators. Sometimes in life horrible things happen to us and we get angry and do things, Martin said during the meeting. The video I'll watch depicts something that's very difficult to defend, he said, referring to a clip of the altercation on the bus showing the girl hit the top of the boy's head. LaForge County Sheriff Craig Weber. Wait, it's like very difficult to defend? No, it's not. It's really not it's not difficult at all to defend. It's actually very easy to defend. This is the thing. They just come into this situation like violence in any and all form is just wrong. Just outright. You know what I mean? Like, do you think that she just hit him out of absolutely nowhere? I mean, fucking hockey has 2 minutes for instigating. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, there's a series of events that leads a girl to hit a boy like that. It doesn't just happen violence doesn't just happen out of nowhere. There's a context to it. And you have to factor that in. And when you factor that into this situation, it's extremely easy to defend, actually. You fucking lunatic. Oh my god, I hate these fucking people. Again, homeschool your kids. Don't let them anywhere near these fucking rules-based fucking leftist psychopaths. While her case was rehashed in excruciating detail, the 13-year-old victim sat at the audience at the meeting, flanked by her parents on either side. The victim's father testified that her grades plummeted and that she went through a depression and gave up after the expulsion. The expulsion was way too extreme for a little girl who has never been in trouble in her life. A suspension would have been perfectly fine with me, and I would have never said anything because I always believe in accountability, which is why I'm still pushing the issue. Accountability, the father said. She was wrong, but the school was also wrong by putting her in that place with the little boy at that time. In my mind, it goes both ways. Share that accountability. I don't think that what she did was wrong at all. I think violence is absolutely just. Violence is easily justifiable in plenty of cases. Like I'm telling you right now, if I ever had a kid and that kid was like getting bullied in school, I would just set him aside and be like, first of all, I'm teaching my kid how to fight because I know how to fight and I can teach my kid how to fight. I'm gonna say, if you get bullied, you fight them, and this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna get in trouble with the school, but the school, the morality of the school doesn't matter. The morality of virtue, basically like Greek, like old school Aristotelian, like Greek virtue ethics. That's what determines whether or not a good person, not whether or not the school says you've been a good or bad boy. You know what I mean? Like that, if my kid like came home or was like expelled, came home with a broken nose and said he got expelled because he defended himself against a bunch of bullies, I would be beaming with pride. You know what I mean? I was like, fuck yeah, I'm so proud of you for defending yourself. Let's go to Disneyland. You know what I mean? Fuck that school, their expulsion. They don't matter. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you got to do, chat. Family plans to take the school district to court for creating a sexually hostile environment, failing to comply with Title IX, and failing to meet mandatory reporter obligations according to CBS affiliation station or WWL. Any and all allegations of criminal misconduct on our campuses are immediately reported to the LaForge Parish Sheriff's Office, Martin said in a statement to the outlet. After reviewing this case, the evidence suggests that the school did in fact follow all of our protocols and procedures for reporting such instances. An investigation is still ongoing, and the Sheriff's Office noted that there could be more arrests in the future. Post reached out to the LaForge Parish County School District for comment. So, I was going to say, that's an L take from the dad. I agree. Yeah, thank you for the Bill Burr callback. That was a Bill Burr thing. Back before he fucking fell off the deep end. Yes, I am. Yeah, I'm stealing from Bill Burr from back when he was good. Yeah, it's very easy to defend. Yeah, it is an L take from the dad, saying it's like no. What my daughter was right and was just and was a virtuous act against a malicious, a malicious evildoer, and she deserves no punishment. And in fact, she should be fucking applauded for standing up for herself. You know what I mean? And that boy can rot. That's the correct take here. We investigated ourselves and found we did nothing wrong. Well, the problem is that if they admit fault, which they said that they walked it back, they revoked the expulsion and basically said that she can come back, but she's under some kind of probation. So they did walk it back a little bit. But even so, like if they admit that they're wrong, what they're admitting is that their rules-based order is wrong. Which means, and if that's wrong, then their whole worldview and approach to the world is wrong. And that's way too deep of a sunken cost fallacy for them to go back on. So yeah, they will double down endlessly. They will double down endlessly because they're in too deep. They're ideologically buried, essentially, and there's no way out. So the only thing they can do at this point is double down on it. That's why you see that, because they can't admit fault. They can't do it because if they admit fault, then it's like the dominoes meme, where the guy knocks over the tiny little domino, and then by the end it's like a big slab that's like twice as big as he is. You admit that you fucked up in this situation. That's like the little domino, and then the big slab is, the rules-based order, zero tolerance policy of our nationwide school system is wrong and needs to be replaced. And then they're not going to do that. They can't do that. They're in too deep. So yeah, homeschool your kids. Don't let your kids anywhere near these fucking, rules-based order institutions that have no concept of virtue or ethics or anything. They're just bad people. I don't know when my co-host is going to come back, chat. He didn't sound very good in that call. We have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. What is this? 5, 6. Ugh, I got 7 stories left. A lot of them I think I can get done pretty quick too. So fucking doormat, yeah, dude. Man. That's the thing, like you gotta go fire and brimstone on these people. The thing is that they're gonna call you names and judge you and say you're an evil person anyway. So you might as well, like, just go all out against them. You know what I mean? this is like, there needs to be accountability on both sides. It's like, no, my side is right, your side is wrong. Fuck you. Like that's the way it needs to be. Like you have to fucking take the gloves off. You have to fucking dig your fangs into these fucking people. Because they're gonna dig their fangs into you if they can. Need to pay and pay and pay. There's something really wrong with the adults who are punishing the victim. No more. Oh, come on. I don't get to see more. Man, that's all right. We're just gonna hang out for a bit, chat. This next one, I really want Rosa to be here for the next one, especially. So YouTube censored you? Hang on. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, it got censored all across the board. Damn. Congressional Oversight Committee is not looking to interview Ghislaine Maxwell about Epstein. Well, I mean, do they need to? Because they did that. They did that like a couple months ago. Remember what they did? Like they explicitly pulled her out of prison to do an interview with her. Like they've kind of already milked her already. You know what I mean? And she's the one person related to Epstein that actually has suffered some consequences. I didn't think it's a big deal, but I figured it's worth mentioning. Yeah, fair enough. You're right. That's not a big deal. That's not a big deal. They've already gotten everything they're going to get out of Ghislaine Maxwell. I hope Pay's okay. She wants a damn pardon. I mean, yeah, she's not going to get one. She might get a part. Yeah, she might get a pardon. I mean, what more does she have to say? I feel like if she was going to get a pardon, she would have already gotten one. I feel like. I don't know. Not only that, but like no president is going to fucking pardon Ghislaine Maxwell either, because that's like political suicide. Like no matter how much she cooperates, that's just off the table. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna chop. Well, we'll see. We'll see how much longer it takes. I'm worried about Pay. President George H.W. Bush knew of 1964 alien contact with humans in New Mexico, says documentary. What? Read this to pass the time. Let's see. The truth is out there, and late President George H.W. Bush apparently knew it, telling a federal official that an alien made contact with humans at a secretive New Mexico airbase in 1964, according to testimony in an explosive new documentary. What the hell is this documentary? Years of Secrets. Well, director and producer Dan Farah, who also produces sci-fi blockbuster Ready Player One, told Fox News Brent Farah that his newest film, The Age of Disclosure, leaning into work already done by government whistleblowers and even featured interviews with high-ranking officials like Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Every single person I interviewed made it very clear that there is no longer a question of whether this was a real situation. It's a very real situation, Farah told the outlet. Majority of those within the U.S. government, including Congress and the president, have been kept out of the loop, while other powers that ran a secret race to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin, all in competition with adversarial nations like Russia and China. The last few years, secret members of Congress, secret members of the administration, thanks to whistleblowers, have found out what's been going on, and they are now in pursuit of the truth for themselves and for the American people. Blah, 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 blah. The leader for years to come, strategies a large information against the race. Huh. Former decorated naval aviator and director of the CIA was allegedly informed of the encounter after his term as president, according to Davis, who said that the two spoke in a series of private conversations in 2003. Davis didn't describe the alien craft or the aliens or discuss any material evidence for the claims. Of course not. The animated documentary on focus on top secret government UFO retrieval operation dubbed the Legacy Program and features U.S. officials who claim direct knowledge that aliens exist and have visited Earth. Ooh. That actually providing any new physical evidence. Okay. Davis claims in the film that alien bodies were recovered in Russia in 1988, pulled from the wreckage of a large tic-tac-shaped UAP or unidentified anomalous phenomena. Hal Puthoff, our former AATIP member, quantum physicist, and longtime disclosure advocate, claimed there were several different types of ETs. The bodies recovered are not all the same type, he said in the documentary. Whoever it is, they're here, and they've been operating here for a long time. Gary Nolan, an immunologist and cancer researcher at Stanford University School of Medicine, evaluated several military personnel who were brought to him by representatives of the CIA and an unnamed aerospace company. He claimed injuries sustained by the military members include horrific burns and internal scarring, which manifested inside the patient's brains. Operated by elements of the CIA, the Air Force, Department of Energy, and unnamed private defense contractors. That could be a fun little documentary. I don't know, Chad. What do you think of the whole alien question? Think they're real? You think they're among us? To step the microphone and more comfortably tell all of humanity that we're not alone in the universe. I think there's something, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. I feel like there's a good chance that there's other intelligent life out there, but I don't think they'd come to Earth. I think that they're probably in the same scenario we are, honestly. Have you seen the there's a trailer that got released for Project Hail Mary? You seen that with oh crap, Ryan Gosling? You seen that trailer, chat? It's fucking phenomenal. I can't wait for that movie. I actually, this is the first movie that I have wanted to see like in a movie theater since the last Mission Impossible movie. Like I can't wait for that movie, dude. It looks so good. I think the great filter is the first cradle paradox. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, basically, like, if there's intelligent life out there, they would have like basically gone extinct before we even knew that they existed. Isn't that kind of like on the lines of the first cradle paradox? Because of because of the speed at which light travels, right? Sisu and Sisu 2? Oh, I want to see Sisu 2. I've seen the first Sisu. I liked it, despite it getting... Even when he fucking just... When that plane crashes and creates like a crater in the ground, and he just fucking walks out of it. Like, even for that movie, that was like a bridge too far. That was like such a jumping the shark kind of moment. Because he was already like borderline like superhuman, you know what I mean? And that, but when he just walks away from that plane crash, I was just like, I was laughing. I was like, oh my god. Because here's the thing, like if he's that indestructible, then it lowers the tension of the movie. You know what I mean? It lowers the tension because, like, okay, he's basically impossible to kill. If he's impossible to kill, then there's not really any threat to him. There's no real threat. You know what I mean? If there's no real threat, then there's no real stakes. And if there's no real stakes, then there's no real suspense. And if there's no real suspense, then it's just popcorn cruncher kind of action.
What the fuck is happening?
Oh, I don't know. What's happening with Pei?
1964 alien contact with humans? Oh, Pei's okay. She's a little bit overwhelmed with the kitchen
Oh,
cleanup.
just take
And
it
she's
one.
like sad because she can't get it done today and she wanted to cook tonight.
Okay,
And
just
I was
one,
like, maybe.
one counter at a time.
No, she let it get kind of bad. And so she's really frustrated. She's crying. She's
Oh.
also been feeling sick today. So I'm going to devise a plan with her.
Okay.
Epstein had a tiny penis shaped like a lemon? I'm going to devise a plan with her tomorrow so that I can help her this week. But I basically have the option. It's like, yeah, you can either go back to the kitchen and keep fixing stuff, right? Because she was like, oh, we don't have money, me. We didn't have weekly. It's like, well, okay, then here's what we're going to do. Either you go back to the kitchen and you continue fixing stuff and, you know, cleaning stuff and you make dinner tonight. Or we order food, like I said, but after the podcast, we're going to stream again and try to get closer to weekly. And at least pay for the meal. And so that's what I decided on because she was crying.
Oh.
So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And then this week I'm gonna help her clean up the kitchen. And there's also some stuff that's supposed to be my job that I've like fallen behind on as well that I'm gonna also get done this week. So streams this week are gonna be on the shorter side, chat, because the second she gets home, I'm gonna stop streaming for the day and just work on stuff with her. And streams this week are also just me working on stuff anyway. So not like we're gonna be cutting off in the middle of like super entertaining gameplay or nothing. This week is just gonna be a work week. This coming week to be a getting stuff done week.
Sometimes it's necessary. Yeah, there's all kinds. Yeah, so there's the first cradle paradox. There's also like the classic Fermi paradox. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Well, I was passing the time, finding articles to pass the time just on the fly, and so I just clicked on this thing about George H.W. Bush knowing about alien contact back in the 60s or the New Mexico incident, and I just went down that rabbit hole, and we talked about, I just asked chat, like, do you think that aliens are out there? Do you think they're among us? And that we were just talking about that kind of stuff.
I believe that the first paradox states that because the resources to leave the solar system is 100 times that of what it takes to create a utopia, any advanced race would just never leave.
That's the cradle paradox. But the thing about that is that, you know, if their star is dying, which is the premise of Project Hail Mary, by the way, then even if they're in a utopia, they would have to escape, you know? They would still have to escape from the utopia because, you know, the star dying is going to kill them. You know?
Not just that, but also if you have a utopia, right? Here's the thing: just because you have a utopia doesn't mean that you have a perfect equilibrium on death and like fucking reproduction, right? You're always going to end up having an influx of people, and having more people, right, like I kind of have to give it to the Jews on this one because that theory is not bad. It's sound. It's not applicable to our Earth or any of the civilization the Jews try to push it onto, but there is a point when you are we have this term for like biological ecosystems and like populations of deer, essentially, where you reach a point, right, where there is not enough grass for all of the deer. It's called limiting factors, right?
Yeah, they call themselves.
So like if there's too many deer, if there's too many deer and there's not enough grass to feed all the deer, well, some of the deer fucking die of starvation.
Yeah, it's called overgrazing.
If there's too many deer, if there's too many deer and the local predator is wolves, well, the wolves are going to, overpopulate, right? Because they have enough, enough resources to do so. And as the wolf population goes up, deer population goes down, and as the deer population goes down, wolf population goes back down again. Right. This is how ecosystems regulate.
Yeah, it's classic positive and negative feedback loops.
Yeah, exactly. Now the issue with humanity is that we're the apex predator of the planet. So we kind of sit at the very top and we enjoy every single resource, right? Mm-hmm. And the Earth as a whole has a lot of resources, and humans as, let's call us overachievers, right? Use technology to ever harvest and essentially generate more resources, right? We understand how to regenerate resources. We understand a lot of these things, and so because of that, we can really push the upper limit on how far our population can grow before we reach a point of limiting factor where we're running out of, we don't have enough food to feed everyone. But to be fair, it's already a thing. We just don't, it is a thing in some places. Right, but in a utopia, it shouldn't be a thing.
Right.
In a utopia, everyone is accounted for and everyone has resources. And if you want to maintain that utopia, you have to expand your civilization beyond the planet that you're on, and build another utopia or build a extension of your utopia for your ever-growing population. Right? And if you're talking about society that has reached the point where they have a utopia and they have the resources for, for like interstellar travel, then odds are that society has reached a point where they're huge.
Right. Like trillions.
Trillions, yeah, maybe more. Right? So odds are they're probably pushing that cap of resources for, resources per population, right?
Or it could just be like Star Trek, because the whole thing, like utopia is like generally associated with like the post-scarcity kind of world, right? Because like the utopia of Star Trek basically came about with the invention of replicators, where they could literally just like create whatever the hell they wanted from nothing, Because that's the thing that always bugged me about Star Trek, is that like it's like it's like fantasy, but it's more grounded than like say like a Star Wars kind of sci-fi kind of show. Yeah. But it's like the society is reliant on this completely magical thing called a replicator. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like it's like a literal just magic box, and that's otherwise grounded sci-fi, kind of show.
Well, here's the thing though. Even if you have a replicator, right? Does society continue to expand? Do you continue to have population growth? If you do, then what happens, right? Do you just, does everyone just condense into like hive cities, into fucking like democratic cities, so you can fit as many people as possible on the one planet as the population continues to grow until you're all stuffed into like every inch of this fucking like
until
world,
you become Coruscant,
like
until you become Coruscant, which is like where the entire surface of the planet is one giant city.
Yeah, exactly. Like is that what the point that you get to? Right? And what happens when the population grows past that, right? Like there is absolutely a cap. We're nowhere near that on Earth.
No.
But there is absolutely a fucking cap. right?
Yep.
And so, you know, like, what happens then? It's like, yeah, at some point, even if you have replicators, at some point you're gonna have to expand beyond your planet. I think expansion is inevitable, and I think expansion will happen before you reach that point because people are not meant to be that close together. People want their own property, their own land, their own space.
Right.
Right? There's a reason why every concept of a utopia, right, where they, you know, it's the utopia is never the American dream, is it? It's never like, you know, living on your own property, on your own land with your family.
No, it's all
and your
like
wife,
Section 8
and everyone's
housing.
happy. Yeah, it's always Section 8 housing, which makes no fucking sense because
Yeah.
a utopia could not exist like that.
Well, it's like, remember how like the
It will
cube,
not
like the
exist like
cube
that.
or the line was pitched in
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, and like there was like it was like
Yeah.
pitched as these utopias, and it's literally like people living in egg cartons, you know, just packed into egg
Like-
cartons. It's like a nightmare.
This is the utopia that people imagine when people think of utopias. They think of somehow this sort of like, you know, egg carton society functioning. But that's not the way
Honestly,
a utopia would ever function.
You want to be? I want to
There's
know what my
no
utopia.
utopia.
Well, utopia is also like it changes from person to person as well. Like that's why it's like always like a fantasy that can't be realized. You know, like personally, like you want to know what my utopia is? My utopia is the same as Tolkien's, the fucking Shire. That's my utopia.
Yeah.
Like that is
Yeah,
100% my
that's
utopia.
Kind of same, yeah. And so it's just like, so if you stop and you toss the idea of a utopia being this like insane, like, you know, super stuffed thing, well, all of a sudden the amount of resources that you have available for each person to be happy in this utopia and for it to actually be constituted as a utopia is significantly reduced because the average person needs more than the basic minimum to actually be happy.
Right. Thank you for the sub, Charles Grossman.
Right. And so because the average person needs more than the basic minimum to be happy, well, all of a sudden the Jews start making sense. And, you know, maybe we are a little bit closer to hitting that cap than we realized. if our
Jews
goal is
in space.
Yeah. I don't like Jews, chat. You guys know this. I'm not a fan of them. But you can't deny the fact they're smart. And a lot of their ideas, while maliciously intended and willfully, you know, misrepresented for the sake of trickery, they do come from underlying truths.
Truths, yes.
So you can't just stop and be like, these people are evil, so don't believe a word they say, right? Because they can't help but the reason why the things they say become believable, and the reason why they have the influence they have is because every lie is the silver lining on a truth.
Well, that's what they say.
Right?
Like all the best lies have a kernel of truth to them. Like that's how you write like good villains, like good like believable villains in stories and stuff like that. Is you basically like Thanos is like Thanos, like where like the thing that motivates him to do the awful things that he does is based upon a very unfortunate truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he even says, like, I'm like the only one who's like willing to do what's necessary to like ensure like the survival of everything, basically. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, what he's doing is awful, but he's interesting because you can get on board with the premise. That's what makes him so interesting.
Yeah. He's a Giga Jew. But anyways, to like, I'm gonna give you guys a really weird analogy, right? But if humanity is like a werewolf that the Jews are trying to get rid of, right? Overarching humanity is like this werewolf, right?
Mm-hmm.
Truth is the Jew's sword, right?
Okay.
But a sword of steel cannot get through a werewolf's hide, and so the lie is the silver coating on the sword.
Okay.
That's the way that like Jews use their like intellect and knowledge and twist it to basically take control and like, you know, fuck with things.
This is like Trojan horse tactics.
Right? Yeah, exactly. There is an underlying truth to a lot of the knowledge and the things that they have, and they understand those things. Don't let them fool you. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very Fabian Society kind of shit, you know? So, do you know what the Fabian Society is? Look up the Fabian Society, It's like a British, like, it's like a leftist, like, British institution. But look up Fabian Society and then go to the images tab. And you'll notice, and look at, like, what their coat of arms is.
Fabian Society. Wait, you said they have a website?
You don't have to go to the website. Just Google search it. I think it's go to the images.
Oh, hold on. My phone's being really slow for some reason.
Okay, I'll just bring it up. Here. This is what it looks like. Look. What is this logo?
Can you fucking open it? It's so small.
Oh. Here. There. What is that?
It's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Exactly. That's literally their logo. Like they know they know exactly what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do need to move on because we could talk and philosophize about utopias and stuff like that all night long. But we do have more stories to go over. Okay, I want to play a little game with you. Okay. There was a woman in Florida who had an incredible thing stolen from her. I'm going to give you 5 unbelievable things stolen. And I'm going to give you 5 chances to guess what it is. And I'll give you one hint.
She had 5 unbelievable things stolen?
No, she had 1 unbelievable thing stolen. And I'm going to give you 5 guesses as to what it is. And I'm going to give you 1 hint. And that hint is think outside the box.
Outside the box? Can I know what, like, class this woman is? Like, is she...
She's a black woman.
That's not what I meant. Like,
she's
is this woman, like,
she's a single mom.
Does she live...
Kind of, like...
Okay.
Yeah.
And something was stolen from her?
Correct.
Ovaries was my first guess.
No.
Okay.
It's not a part of her body.
Think outside the box.
Ovaries are literally inside the box.
That's as inside the box as it gets. I'm sorry.
The irony of Utopia is the guy who invented the idea had slavery in his model.
Hey, what?
NDA is asking me to read his comment. By the way, Villain said that he had an alien encounter. By the way.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Villain says that his hometown had a UFO landed it decades ago. It killed trees and grass in a large-ass circle, and nothing grew there again. Some of the locals even came down with cancer caused by radiation exposure.
That's crazy. Let me think. Outside the box.
Her EBT card, bigger than that, Villain.
Something big?
Well, bigger than an EBT card.
Did she have her lawn stolen?
No. Close. Actually, you're close.
Wait, what?
You're close, actually, when you said the lawn.
Her driveway?
Oh my god, you got it! A single mother's future in jeopardy after a thief steals driveway.
Holy shit, what was like my third guess?
That was your third guess. Walking unsteadily off the front porch of 1438 Bethesda Street.
If we include chat's guesses, that was my 5th.
Amanda Brochu navigated the bumps and valleys where her walkway should have been. Slowly, she headed for the street where her son played with his friends. She passed the white for sale sign sticking up out of her front yard, normally a beckoning beacon to house hunters. Now it serves as a painful reminder that her time is running out. In a season where most people fret about porch pirates, Brochu encountered something far worse. Someone ran away with her concrete driveway. I come home and my driveway is gone. Look at this. It wasn't like a small driveway. Like,
What?
Somebody just tore up her entire driveway and left. Right? So the trouble began when she listed her house for sale in early December. The work up to this point had been on schedule. She replaced the roof and made minor touch-ups. The listing agent priced it to sell and bragged about the lack of an HOA and fenced-in backyard. So she was a house.
I like how everyone agrees that HOAs are bad.
Oh yeah, HOAs are awful. Then her son told her people had come by the house to measure the driveway, counting 5 different contractors in the span of a few days. She confronted one of them, who said a man by the name of Andre reached out to him to ask about a driveway replacement quote. The contractor said Andre claimed to be the landlord and gave Brochu Andre's phone number. Text messages supplied by the contractor show Andre received a quote of $7,200 to replace the driveway and agreed to the price. However, Andre said he couldn't meet the contractor to drop off the deposit. When the now wary contractor demanded full payment and proof of ownership before starting the job, Andre cut off communication. Brochu called Orange County deputies, who in turn called Andre. They said that he said it was a mistake. She recalled he just got the address wrong. Nothing else will happen again. The next week, her driveway disappeared. I was in unbelievable, utter shock. Real estate agent Rocky Sanchez, who Brochu hired to sell the home, said, "I'd never seen this before. I've never had this happen to myself or anyone in our office." Sanchez posted about the incident to a national Facebook group for realtors. Others began commenting that they've seen similar situations for unwanted exterior work, including paint in driveways. Many scams involved the contractors themselves. The one incident in Washington involved a door-to-door scammer hiring companies to do legitimate paving work while pocketing the money for himself. The closest local scheme WFTV could find to Brochu's incident happened in 2012 when a man stole bricks from someone's driveway. Deputies met Brochu at her home Tuesday to follow up and launch a criminal mischief investigation, according to a document she showed WFTV. She said they called Andre again, who claimed he had nothing to do with disappearing driveway, before hanging up the phone. "I guess want to find the person who did this because it's wrong that they targeted me and my family for this." However, the investigation won't solve all her problems. Brochu is under contract to purchase a nearby property and needed the money from selling her current home to make the down payment. That's why you always just get your house done and sold before you put it down an offer or even start looking for a new house. You just gotta find temporary living. A company she quoted her $10,000 to replace the concrete, money she didn't budget and doesn't have. Sanchez helped Brochu set up a GoFundMe as a Hail Mary attempt to get her life plans back on track, finish the replacement, and get the home sold in time. "No one's going to buy this," Brochu said. "This brings down the property now, and that just messes it up for me and my family."
Well, whoever the fuck... Yeah, they need to figure out who the fuck, came and took her fucking driveway. And then they need to get them to come and fucking give her a driveway for free.
This some fucking Carmen Sandiego level theft here.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Well, the thing is that she's a house flipper, so she doesn't live in the house, which means the house is generally vacant. So, which they would have to target vacant houses to be able to do this, because you're not going to be able to do this. You're not going to be able to roll up on a house with, a fucking dumpster and, a jackhammer crew and hucking chunks of concrete into a dumpster, for an hour or whatever, how long it takes to do this, something like this. I mean, this looks like this is probably a 2-hour at least, job to do this.
Wait. Hold on. What's that comment over on the right?
What? It says, "Let me help her understand from the contractor's view and shed light on what happened. I own a landscape and tree service. I will get communications usually via text asking to quote a job. I go quote it, and they agree to price and say they are out of town or some other story. But they send a fake cashier's check for the job. The contractor thinks everything is a go and commence the job. They check, clears briefly, and during that time, the scammer requests a refund from the contractor with an excuse. If the contractor refunds him, he becomes the victim as well, because the bank ultimately catches the fake check and gets their money back, and now the contractor is left holding the bag. They almost got me like this, except I was wary enough to let the check clear and then sit for an additional 2 days. And then sure enough, it was taken back out of my account. Sorry for the contractor, but he is responsible for fixing her driveway. That's her remedy. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's wild. But the idea is that, like, so this person stole the driveway, and then, this Andre person, and then obviously he has the equipment for like large, because the thing is, like, driveway isn't the same as a pathway. A pathway is only a couple inches thick because it's not load bearing. Driveways have to be load bearing because cars are on it. Which means it's like at least like 4 to 5 inches thick at least. Like, this is no small job. And so he's going around, he would steal the driveway, and then he would immediately get quotes for it, from the contractors. And then the contractors, all this stuff would happen. And that's what he would basically be bilking the contractor. So he would get the money from the fake check. So basically he's almost like scamming what's he doing with the concrete? Because he's not getting the money. If he's sending in a fake check, he's not getting the money because the bank catches it, right? So he must have some motivation to use the concrete in some way. Like, what could you recycle concrete for? And is it worth all the effort it takes to steal a driveway of concrete? You know what I mean? Like, that's what's baffling to me. So, I don't know. It's strange. But yeah, that's the story of a woman who had her driveway stolen.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, could you imagine? Okay, let's go to another one of yours. You sent me this. You sent me this because you're convinced that the algorithm is like sending you geology stuff. But an underground super cave stretches nearly 16.5 miles with a 3,000-foot vertical drop. So this is a new super cave found in Spain. And I'll let you read this one.
All right. Need some water, Willem.
No, you're fine.
Well, explorers in southern Spain have linked 2 deep caves into one super cave system about 16.4 miles long. The connection sits inside Sierra de las Nieves, near Malaga, and pulls together years of careful mapping by volunteer cavers and collaborating scientists. Hi, baby.
One second. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess that this is a sulfur cave.
Sulfur cave.
Usually the biggest. So there's multiple different ways that caves can form. And the rarest one, which is only like 2% of caves in the world, is the kind of cave that is also the one that forms the biggest cave. And like a great example of such a cave system is the Carlsbad, which is like the Carlsbad Caverns on the Texas New Mexico border.
It's like the famous super cave.
And it's based on, oh man, what is the exact geological term for it? But it's a sulfur cave, or basically the cave formed from sulfuric acid is what I'm saying. And you usually find this in like mountainous areas, but these are what form the largest cave networks in the world. And that's what this looks like.
These are where black dragons live in D&D.
Yeah, so I'm gonna guess. I'm looking at this yellow, and it looks very sulfury to me. So I'm gonna guess that this is a sulfuric acid formed cave, similar to Carlsbad.
Alright. What was I? My mistake. Complex systems. Early surveys suggest the connected network could eventually extend roughly 31 miles if nearby passages link up. The new super cave complex also incorporates a known water cave, which hints at a larger underground drainage story. That makes the system a valuable natural laboratory for water tracking in limestone mountains. For Andalusia, the find marks a step change in underground science and hazard planning. Long cave networks can reveal how floods move through rock during heavy rain. linking 2 caves into a super cave. Team spent decades mapping passages, measuring angles, and plotting profiles. They worked method. I heard something fall.
Uh-oh. Oh, see you, Jim Bug. Yeah, the yellow sides look like sulfur dioxide too. Yeah, 100%.
I'm back. My wife just dropped something.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, where the fuck am I?
That's the thing.
Plotting profiles work methodically from both sides until survey lines converge in a narrow zone. This is a patient speleology, scientific exploration of caves. The blends rope work, precise instruments, and record keeping to turn darkness into a reliable map.
Cave mapping is its own beast because you don't have a horizon, you don't have the sky, you don't have these normal points of reference that can help you actually map the space out. So you have basically you're completely reliant on tools.
I see. Recent pushes focus on overlooked side routes and tight chimneys that earlier parties bypassed. That careful rechecking paid off. When two galleries finally met, the project shows why you revisit old data with fresh eyes. Small positional errors can hide a junction for years until improved surveys tighten the picture. What the rocks reveal. Sierra Las Nieves is a high-relief limestone massif where water sculpts voids over time, a setting documented by a geomorphology analysis. Here, fractures in the bedrock guide underground development. Water seeks the easiest path along cracks and eventually widen into rooms and shafts. As galleries grow, they connect into a branching network. That network moves storm pulses from uplands to springs, shaping the region's water budget. Super cave mapping adds missing pieces between recharge zones and outflow points. Better maps support models that predict where water, silt, and pollutants will travel.
Okay, I guess I was wrong then. I guess I was wrong. This is what's called a karst cave, K-A-R-S-T, which is limestone erosion.
I see.
Yeah, that's what this is. Interesting. Okay.
Wow.
I was wrong.
Life in the dark. Caves shelter specialized animals that live in constant night. Biologists call them troglobionts. Is that right?
Sure. I don't know organic stuff. I know geology stuff, but geology is rocks. It's not living things.
Organisms adapt to caves with reduced eyes and pigment. The broader landscape holds UNESCO Biosphere Reserve status, which covers fragile karst habitats and their wildlife.
They even use the word.
Look at that. And their wildlife. These communities depend on steady temperatures and scarce nutrients. Disturbance can ripple through food webs built on bat guano, microbes, and drips.
Remember,
protecting
microbes
super cave
are what those remember that massive spider colony that we covered last week? That's what they were speeding on, like the bacteria microbes. Anyway, sorry, I keep interrupting.
Very good. Protecting super caves means limiting traffic, light, and noise. It also means keeping mud and lint off formations that took millennia to build. Rules and respect underground. Park managers were notified after the fucking gnat. Jesus Christ. After the breakthrough, and cave visits in the protected areas require prior authorization. That point is reinforced in the regional bulletin. Permits help control group sizes, routes, and timing. They also track cumulative impact on sensitive chambers and seasonal bat roosts. Good practice never goes out of style. Teams pack out every scrap, minimize footprints, and leave scientific markers for follow-up work. Safety is part of stewardship. Clear call-out plans and redundant gear keep rescuers out of harm's way and reduce pressure on public services. What comes next? The connection opens years of work for geology, hydrology, and biology. Researchers will test airflow, water chemistry, and rock stability as the system is mapped. Future campaigns will target junctions where small side tubes might bridge neighboring caves. Each new survey leg will be checked against earlier line plots. The team will also refine vertical profiles. Accurate elevation data clarifies how stormwater drops through shafts before joining the main drainage. Lessons from the super cave is the last part. This is a classic karst terrain formed Karst terrain formed by dissolving rocks such as limestone. Acidic water finds fractures, enlarges them, and eventually builds caves. In time, the system records climate history and minerals that grow from drips. Those records help scientists place recent rainfall swings in a longer frame. Super caves teach teamwork and data discipline. They also show how surface choices, from paving to pumping, can echo underground for a long time. The new complex turns a hidden space into a map that anyone can read. It is a reminder that science thrives on patience, precision, and shared notes. Very cute little article.
Yeah.
Super cave.
Yeah, Earth.com always does like a good job at just like simplifying everything. But like
it gives you lots of details, but still puts in like mostly like written like relative layman's.
By the way,
Nice.
sinkholes form when a karst cave formation reaches the surface. That's literally what sinkholes are.
Yep.
So there's an entire
Which is
video on
why you
YouTube
don't
of people who were
build a
trapped and
house
eaten to
on
death by bugs,
limestone.
not thirst, not blood loss, but bugs eating them alive. Oh my god. What fucking video is that? Send it to me, NDA. Don't send it to Rosa. That's like her nightmare fuel.
Yeah, I.
Okay. Now this is another one that you sent me.
So last week we covered the last penny.
Right.
Today we're covering the last focus.
Yeah.
Ford finally said goodbye to one of its most beloved cars after almost 30 years on the market. The Blue Oval has bid adieu to a long-running badge that catered to commuters, families, and enthusiasts alike. Blue Oval, is that what Ford is called in
I have no idea.
England?
All I know is that like this car is so ubiquitous in America that like Gen Z literally
I
have,
own one.
yeah, Gen Z like has literally never known life without them on the road. You know, like they've just been around fucking forever. I remember when these things first went on production actually, and what a big deal it was. So. No.
It seems like the Blue Oval. Is a. It's like an alias for Ford.
Okay.
Well, it only happened as of Friday. Ford built the last Focus. That's right. It happened. I think it was like the day before our last episode.
Mm-hmm.
Was when they built the last Focus. The news supposedly first came courtesy of the Blue Oval's employees, after which the company confirmed to Motor One that the final example was a white 5-door hatchback.
Oh, I just realized
Now,
the Blue Oval
Ford
is what the Ford logo is.
Yeah.
I just realized that. I just put it together. Sorry, I'm slow.
The Ford logo is it's a blue oval with
Yeah,
Ford's,
it's right.
Henry
Yeah.
Ford's signature.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it now. I'm stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's stuck through the years, but it's literally just it's just Henry Ford's signature.
Yep. Kind of like Disney. Disney is also just Walt Disney's signature.
Yep. Now, Ford hasn't exactly been shy about its discontinuation plans for the model. Quite the opposite. It first pulled the Focus from the American market in 2018, and later announced that electrification would eventually bring an end to the nameplate in Europe, targeting this year. So basically, Ford is moving toward doing electric vehicles for this sort of vehicle group, and so the Ford, which is an old school, gas engine, car, is being discontinued as Ford basically moves into electrical.
Yeah, they want the compact, point A to point B, urban driving, day-to-day commute vehicle, a very high mileage reliable vehicle. They want that line of vehicles to be all EV, basically. That's what they're doing.
Still, even with the advance notice, the retirement of the Focus amounts to a great loss to the industry. It not only speaks to the state of the Blue Oval's own lineup, but also to that of the automotive world at large. A loss of focus. After all,
so scared.
Huh?
I was so scared.
Why?
Because I went to get the order and the lady was still there, and so I was grabbing the food and I was heading back to the door, and then she started following me up to the door, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? She was just starting up conversation.
Oh, she was just being nice?
Yeah, she was just being nice, but
What'd
I
you
was
say?
worried that she wasn't.
What'd you say?
No, just that she was like, I'm not from here. And,
She couldn't find the house?
Your order, huh?
Oh, we're going?
Oh yeah, the Mustang got so fucked by
Your order
Ford.
helped me decide what I wanted for dinner tonight.
Wait, our order is exactly what she wanted for dinner tonight? Is that what you said?
Yeah, she said our order helped her decide what she's getting for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
Love you.
NDA, are you trying to post a link in chat?
I'll take it away.
Post it in like in Discord.
But anyways, yeah, I actually had, like, go up to that first picture. No, the first one.
This.
Yeah, I have that. I feel like whenever I think of a Ford Focus, I think of that color.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
That's like the signature color of the Ford
yeah.
Focus, because the Ford Focus it's blue and oval shaped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just like the logo.
Yeah.
And I had one that was a darker blue than that, but still. That was my first car. It was a Ford Focus. I miss it. I felt like I was driving a bullet. Thing was so fucking hefty. But anyways, it's like a giant slug. Loss of Focus. After all, Ford had big aspirations for the Focus when it first introduced the car in 1998 as part of the company's Ford 2000 initiative. The nameplate was developed to be a global model, an effort to consolidate European and North American lineups under one unified strategy.
God, I was in high school when that thing got released. That's how old I am, chat.
Accordingly, the Focus made for a huge volume seller throughout its production life. In the car's 27-year run, the Blue Oval managed to move over 12 million examples. What's more, even though Ford engineered the Focus as an economical compact, that's not to say that the model was without its enthusiast appeal. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Yeah, it looks
the one I had was
great.
like that's a newer model.
Yeah.
Look up the 2009 model. I personally prefer how the older model looks. If you want to look it up real quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, you gonna look it up?
Yeah, I can look it up.
Oh, are you not looking it up?
I
right
am
now?
looking. I am doing it right now.
Oh,
So it's
sorry. I'm like
this.
watching your share screen. Nothing's happening. So I was like, what the fuck? Yeah. Look at that fourth picture.
This one.
Yeah, that's literally my car. That's
okay.
my first car. It literally looked. It was that color.
Mm-hmm.
Looked just like that. But
The
but yeah.
four-door compact.
Yeah. Anyways, the ST first appeared
Sorry.
in 2002 in the form of the ST170, bringing upgrades like stiffer suspension, revised styling, and larger brakes. However, as much as it previewed the Blue Oval's hot hatch intentions, the model's bigger sibling is what really demonstrated the company's capabilities, and that's because the Focus RS gave owners rally car thrills for the road. Between a punchy turbocharged engine, a grippy all-wheel drive system, a manual transmission, and some slick visual upgrades, it had all the makings of a proper slide machine, especially in tasty limited edition SR500 guides. Ken Block's endorsement didn't hurt either.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Being the higher performance option of the two, the RS was discontinued in 2020. However, Ford kept the ST soldiering on until this past September, almost until the very end. There was some focus to the Focus on performance. The road ahead. In any case, as both a commuter and a driver's vehicle, the Focus proved extremely valuable to the brand because of its numbers. Though Ford was Europe's second largest car maker back in 2015, it became the 12th overall as of last year per Autocar. As a European Automobile Manufacturers Association, ACEA.
Yay.
Put another way, the decision to cull long-standing cars like the Fiesta and the Focus has resulted in a huge blow to the Blue Oval's market share. It's since filled out the range with crossovers like the Kuga and the Puma, but those models haven't exactly picked up the slack, which leaves Ford in a bit of a bind for the time being. Even before the official discontinuation of the Focus, Bill Ford Jr. had admitted that the company's car lineup was not as robust as we need to be. Considering that the Mustang is now the sole new car rather than a crossover, a van, a truck, or an SUV, etc., that Ford sells in the United States and in Europe, this proves especially true, yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem. And the Mustang, as fucking Villain said, that the Mustang got ruined because they turned it into an electric vehicle.
Yeah, they destroyed the Mustang.
Yeah.
Which, like, the whole concept behind the Mustang
It's a
was
fucking,
like, you know,
it's a chick car now. It's a chick car now. And nobody wants a chick car.
Well, there's already been speculation the Focus could return, and some that Ford could be preparing new regular car models. Nothing at this time suggests that those two rumors align. In fact, the Focus may not even be revived as a sedan/hatchback. Besides, without a concrete plan for what's to come, all there is to do for now is speculate. Until what, if any, successor comes, let's pour one out for the Focus and hope that Ford can find its own Focus again.
The end of an era.
Yeah, like, driving the fucking Focus, like, I like the way they put it, where it's just like, it feels almost like
A sport car.
like a little rally car.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's somewhere between, you know?
Yeah, these days, like, I know that, like, Subaru models are, like, really popular in the rally scene these days. So.
Yeah. I had a feeling that Mustangs would eventually become, like, electric when they started making the fucking V4 Mustangs.
They made originally they were all V8. Then they made the V6, you know, the chick car model, the V6 model. Then they went V4.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, you're losing the plot.
Yeah, I saw it coming.
Yeah, totally. Okay, we still have a few more stories to get through. We got to get through these. So this is what that was making the rounds in Britain. Which was the river of trash that was discovered.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna play this 37 second clip here. There's no sound, but this is just an aerial, like
that was quote unquote discovered.
Yeah, like it just kind of appeared. And it's just right next to this highway in the middle of the countryside in Oxfordshire.
What the fuck? And it doesn't belong to the people whose farm is directly next to it?
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it's just this giant river of trash. So a
What the hell?
A mountain of waste, fly tip. So fly tip, I didn't know this until I looked into this, but fly tipped is what the Brits call littering. A mountain of waste fly tipped in a field is an environmental emergency, a local nature volunteer had said. The heap is up to 150 meters or 490 feet long and 20 feet high. It has appeared on a site between the Revolts well and the A34 near Kidlington. It just appeared. It just appeared. Charlie Henry from the River Guardian Network, speaking for the site on Monday, said, "We really need help. It's a disaster." The Environment Agency, which is carrying out tests on the nearby River Cherwell, called it a sickening case of large-scale illegal waste dumping and said it shared the public's disgust. Yeah, like, everybody was, like, up in arms about this thing. Because it literally did just, like, appear. It just appeared one day. Like, the whole thing. Like an army of dump trucks just came in here and just dumped it all in here next to the road, like, overnight. Fly tippers are thought to have spent weeks building up the mound in a field between the river and the A30. Oh, wait. So, okay, never mind. But fly tippers that's just littering. Like, I'm sorry, but you don't just litter over, like, even, like, over a month. Like, this is a country road. It's not like it has a bunch of pedestrian traffic that are just, like, throwing shit away. You know what I mean? Like,
you don't think people, like, notice that?
This is a dumpster operation. You can't
Yeah, like, all that trash has to be transported.
There's no fucking way that this was just a few of several weeks of people, of just pedestrians just tipping, you know, just throwing their empty drink cups into the nearby ditch. That's not what, there's no fucking way. Because if it was that, it would just be like scattered all over the place. It wouldn't be concentrated in a 20-foot heap in one specific corridor next to the highway.
Yeah.
Like, Miss Henry told the
Also, like that, like if you go up and look at the trash, some of it looks like it's been fucking like that doesn't look like random trash.
What also looks like it's been degraded for a bit too.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like it was taken from a dump site where it was already partially degraded, and then relocated here, like in like one fell swoop. I don't know if I have the words. I don't know how anybody could do that. The Cherwell is in variable health, but it's quite healthy at the moment, and it's just devastating to see all this rubbish and mess. Environmental charity Thames 21 is concerned that tons of plastic could be washed into the river. Representative Dr. Claire Robertson said, "Our rivers are in such trouble already. There's sewage pollution, there's runoff from agriculture and roads, and I spend my working life trying to protect and improve rivers. Then something like this comes along, and it's just such a huge setback." The environmental agency, which is leading the criminal inquiry, said it first attended the site on the 2nd of July. It said it immediately issued a cease and desist order on the landowner, and more recently obtained a court order to close the field. We have launched a major investigation and are working closely with the police and other agencies to find those responsible and bring them to justice. So this is the river that it's just, oh my God.
A cease and desist order, order on the owner for what?
Yeah,
for
like
owning the land. What do you want about?
Yeah, it's like if they're still finding those responsible, then it's not the landowners. Then, so why did they do that to the landowners? This is the British government we're talking about. It's probably one of the most incompetent governments in the world.
Cease and desist owning the land? Like, what do you want about?
Well, I guess like trash dumping, but it wasn't them. I doubt it was them. Our specialist officers remain on the ground to support the investigation and monitor the site to protect people and the environment from harm. Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat MP for Bicester and Woodstock, asked an urgent question in the House of Commons on Monday, warning that the river level had risen by about 4 feet in recent days, and some of the waste was now afloat. He said this incident highlights that organized criminal gangs are carefully planning operations to dump industrial waste in the countryside. The Brits didn't used to live like this. About 25-ish years ago, something happened, and everything just started going to shit. Something happened.
I wonder what happened.
What the fuck happened? No one knows. They earn millions of pounds in illegal earnings without a thought for the health of people or animals or the damage to soil, water, or air. Environment Minister.
What? Where are they earning this money from?
Yeah, like.
Also, using the word "earn" is weird. Just like it's a weird choice of words here.
Environmental Minister Emma Hardy says that she shared the MP's anger over the fly tip. She said, "Because there's a criminal investigation ongoing, I don't want to preempt the findings of that, but I can reassure him that the environmental agency are working very, very closely with local partners." So, considering that it's the British government and we're talking about the British police, I have absolutely zero confidence that they're going to get the people responsible for this. They're going to be too concerned with catching people sending mean tweets on X. I feel like instead of
I bet that this trash is somehow related to brown people.
Unironically, yeah, because they don't have a connection to the land or the people, so they don't care.
I have a theory. And that is that wherever brown people are, trash manifests. I feel like brown people have like a trash aura, and I don't just mean like Indians and like Muslims. Like, I remember like last time we went to Miami, because like last time we got there, right? Usually when we go to Miami, right? We get off the I-95 ramp, and in order to get to where my family lives, we have to pass through Brownsville.
Mm-hmm.
Brownsville.
Is that what it's actually called?
Oh yeah, it's called Brownsville.
Okay.
It's right next to. So there's a bridge between the Cuban ghetto and the Black people ghetto, and one side of the bridge is called Hialeah, and that's the Cuban ghetto.
Okay.
Right? That's where like my family lives. And then the other side of the bridge is called Brownsville. and that's where all the black people live. That's the black ghetto. And when you drive through Hialeah, right? No, not Haitians. Not Haitians.
We're talking about African American.
Black.
Okay. Yeah. Black people. Okay.
You drove through Hialeah when you were down there.
I did.
There's,
I was gonna say that name sounds
litter,
familiar.
Right? There's litter, but there's not like piles of garbage.
No.
Right?
And if there is, it's in bags. You know, because that's another thing. This doesn't look like it's in bags. You notice that? It looks like loose trash.
Yeah. Well, even then, you don't see loose trash on the streets of Hialeah. That's not a thing you see. You'll see like dumpsters, right? You'll see like big old dumpsters. If
but that's normal.
A building has an outside dumpster. That's normal.
Yeah.
Right. Stuff like that. But you won't see bags of trash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, when we're driving through Brownsville to get to Hialeah, they have like all these like artsy-fartsy like recreational areas outside, but no one sits at them. Everyone just like sits on the ground or sits on like the bus stop bench or whatever. No one sits at like the very nice recreational, artsy-fartsy like, like local, commune area. No, that area is full of trash. Like mounds of trash, bags, like open bags full of trash. Just random trash. And I'm like, I think about it, and I'm like, it's like there's no one around, so this isn't someone's trash. It's not someone collecting trash, then go take it to like the local. Because that's the thing that Cubans do, and that's part of why you don't see a whole lot of trash in Hialeah, is that Cubans, there's a lot of Cubans that, for a living, they go around, they collect scraps, and they take it to the local, like recycling plant, and then they trade it in for money.
Yeah.
Right. Like, then they go around, they collect aluminum, they collect cardboard, they collect this stuff.
Yeah, scrapping is kind of a part of Cuban culture because of
it's
conditions on the island. Yeah.
Yeah, Cubans do this, and some Cubans make this like their side job, right? They're like, after my job, I just drive around the neighborhood and collect whatever I see out in people's lawns.
Mm-hmm.
Right, like not on people's lawns, but like outside people's fences, right? Like people like leave stuff. A really common thing that people do is that if they don't want something, they'll just leave it out, like in front of the yard, and someone will take it. Someone will take it. And if no one takes it, eventually the trash man will take it.
Yeah. You ever be driving?
If the thing outside like becomes so decrepit because of the weather that's no longer something that anyone would take, the trash man just takes it, throws it in the fucking back of the trash truck. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Right? That's the way that works. But generally speaking, someone will be like, hey, maybe those people just got a new couch. This couch is like a shitty old one to them. But I need a new couch, and my couch is shittier and older than this couch, so I'll take this couch for now. And that happens all the time.
Oh yeah.
Right? We do like a weird a wordless community sharing. Right? But they don't do this in the black neighborhood. They don't do this. Like, just it's crazy because I live like a couple blocks from that railroad, and just over the railroad, you just immediately start seeing trash. And I just don't get it. I just don't like. Why do you collect that much trash in a bag, and why do you leave it in the middle of nowhere, on like next to a busy street? Specifically in the like local commune area where it's like a really nice, like a really nicely designed, fucking stone structure that has been built to be like aesthetically pleasing to look at and serves as like a little communal hub for people to hang out. Right? I just don't get it. Why would you fill up the bag with trash and then leave it there specifically?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either. And I know exactly what you're talking about, and I don't understand it. Anyway.
But I don't know, man.
But yeah, it's just more fucking, just yet another data point in the million already existing data points that Britain is just like a country that is just in decline and decay. It really is. Okay, I got 3 more stories. The last one is going to be like a little reaction video, actually, for us. Okay.
Oh boy.
These next two we can get through pretty quick too, though, because this next one especially is a plane crash. Because of course we have a plane crash. Why wouldn't we have a plane crash? So this was at...
Welcome to the Foxhole? No way.
No fucking way. This was at a Dubai air show.
Oh, shit.
Oh god, I can't stand listening to that. But yeah, so this was a Turkish air fighter. Oh, not Turkish, Indian, sorry. Indian. So pilot killed after Indian fighter jet crashes during a demo flight at Dubai air show. So the pilot of an Indian combat plane died after the aircraft crashed Friday during a demonstration flight for spectators at the Dubai air show, the Indian Air Force said. The Indian HAL Tejas, the combat aircraft used in the Indian Air Force. I had no idea that Indian had an Air Force.
Dude, every time, like, I had food in my mouth, so I didn't, like, react. But every time that I see an explosion happen and there's Muslims in here, like, I can't help but laugh a little bit. Because it doesn't matter if the explosion is self-caused. It doesn't matter if it's part of their jihad. It doesn't matter what the reason for the explosion. The reaction to an explosion is always Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. That says everything.
It's so funny to me.
So let's see. So it crashed around 2 p.m. local time after the pilot had flown across the site of the biennial air show in Dubai several times. The plane appeared to lose control and dive directly toward the ground just prior to crashing inside the grounds of the airfield. That's what it looked like. Like, it did a dive, but then it was able to pull its nose up, but it was on too much of a trajectory,
and too much downward momentum.
Yeah, exactly, and it just crashed. The Indian Air Force confirmed that the crash in a statement said that the pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. The pilot blew the fuck up.
Pilot exploded, bro.
IAF deeply regrets the loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved family in this time of grief. It said, adding that a court of inquiry is being constituted to ascertain the cause of the accident. Black smoke rose over Al Maktoum International Airport at Dubai World Central. This is an amazing airport, by the way.
Hey, hold on. I have a fortune cookie.
Oh, no.
I want to read it for chat.
Okay.
Your sense of humor is a tremendous asset. Man, fuck, I hope so with my line of work.
I know, right?
Thank God. Allahu Akbar.
Aloha snack bar. Dubai police and airport officials offer no immediate comment. The city state's second airport was hosting the biennial Dubai Air Show, which has seen major aircraft orders by both the long-haul carrier Emirates and its lower-cost sister airline Fly Dubai. Tejas is India's indigenous fighter aircraft built by state-run Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. The light, like if state-run Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, that'd be like if like America had like a state-run, you know, like I don't know, if it was like it'd be like Christian Aeronautics Limited or something like that. It's just weird to have like the name of the religion of the state in the name of the company like that. The lightweight single-engine jet is expected to bolster India's depleted fighter fleet as China expands its military presence in South Asia, including by strengthening defense ties with India's rival Pakistan. In September, India's defense ministry signed a contract with Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, or HAL, to procure 97 Tejas jets for the Air Force. Deliveries are expected to begin in 2027. The Indian government also signed a deal with HAL in 2021 for 83 Tejas aircraft. Deliveries expected last year have been delayed largely because of shortages of engines that must be imported from the United States. Thank you, tariffs. So yeah, this is just another one of those matter-of-fact aircraft.
Yeah.
So
it occurred.
It happened. All right. We have yet another person burned, not to death. She didn't die. She lived! She did not die.
Is that person on the right the woman? That the victim?
You know, what's funny is that they dug up who she was, and it turns out she was like a Black Lives Matter supporter. And my immediate thought was, is she a Black Life now? I couldn't help it. Anyway, a man charged with terrorism in connection with woman set on fire on Chicago train. So the last time this happened was in, I want to say New York. Wasn't it in New York?
Yep, it was New York.
Yeah.
It was a Venezuelan migrant.
Right, and that one, like, the footage of that was one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. Where that woman was just,
hellish.
yeah, she's just standing at the doorway of the train, just completely engulfed in flames. It was like, oh my god. So
It was actually hellish.
It really was. Amanda's been, and the guy was just like literally just sitting on the bench like nothing was happening. The guy who lit her on fire.
Like watching her.
Yeah.
Watching her burn.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. Amanda's been charged with
There's no one on this earth capable of violence more so than Latinos.
Just ask the conquistadors.
I think it's like in our blood.
Oh yeah. I mean, just think of Cortez.
I mean, think about you have it is a race made from some of the most like just horrific like social practices on Earth, right? Which occurred in fucking in like the like natives of that area, right?
Incan, Aztec. Yeah.
Along with some of the most like bloodthirsty, like war-fearing Europeans ever created.
Well, also like get to remember like the Spanish were like really down with like very almost like American in a way where they just like divine. It was like a divine right. Like they were just very like religiously righteous in what they were doing.
Yeah.
You know?
They believed in a divine right of conquest.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So again, like some of the most fucking just brutal peoples of the world united to make very scary babies.
Lawrence Reed,
very sexy babies, but very scary babies.
Lawrence Reed, the resident of Chicago, has been charged with committing a terrorist attack against the mass transportation system on Wednesday, November 19th, according to a statement for the U.S. Attorney's Office. In Illinois, while police initially believed that an argument had taken place between the suspect and the victim, the criminal complaint and statement from the U.S. Attorney's Office do not cite an argument having taken place. The charge is punishable by a maximum sentence of life in federal prison. The statement continued, before committing... How does terrorism charges not qualify for the death penalty? What?
Chicago. I don't know if they have the death penalty.
Well, that's a federal thing, though. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Whatever. Before confirming that Reed 50 was scheduled to make an initial court appearance before U.S. Magistrate Judge Laura K. McNally on November 19th. The attack happened just before 9:30 p.m. on Monday, November 17th, while the 26-year-old woman was riding a CTA Blue Line train near the Clark and Lake Station of the city's Loop District, Chicago police said. Police alleged that Reed approached the victim while she was seated on the train with her back towards him. God, this sounds like the arena incident. He then took the cap off a bottle of liquid and poured the liquid all over the victim's head and body. Police say that the victim tried to run away, but that Reed caught up with her and ignited the bottle before it fell out of his hand. He then allegedly picked up the bottle as it burned, approached the victim, and used the bottle to light her on fire. The victim, who has not been publicly identified, was engulfed in flames, but was ultimately able to escape the train. She remains hospitalized with critical injuries, according to prosecutors. Andres Batro, United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, Christopher Amon, Special Agent in charge of the Chicago Field Division of the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, and Larry Snelling, Superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, announced the original criminal complaint in Reed's arrest. This horrific attack was not just a barbaric assault on an innocent woman riding a train, but an act of terrorism that strikes at the core of our American way of life. I am glad that they escalated to terrorism charges, because the guy in New York didn't get hit with terrorist charges.
The guy in fucking New York wasn't from New York. He wasn't a fucking American citizen, so he wasn't tried like a American citizen.
He was an illegal immigrant, The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago, together with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, will take immediate and resolute action to bring swift justice to the victim while safeguarding the public, as well as the fabric of our society. So I don't have it up here, but I did say like an update in a Twitter post that like 60% of her, she is alive, and she got like 60% of her body was like badly burned.
God.
So even if she lives, her life is still ruined. Like, I don't care how many skin grafts you have to get. Like, your body is fucked.
She's disfigured.
Yeah, you're just permanently disfigured for most of your body, and that's just oh god, that's awful. But yeah, it happened again, and I have to say though, again, at least the terrorism charges got hit. You know, at least they.
I wonder how many prior arrests he's got.
Well, the thing is, it's like not just the terrorism, but shouldn't he also get charged with? Because like the thing, this is also like first-degree murder. Like this is a pretty clear-cut case of first-degree murder, which does have. Does that potentially qualify for death penalty? First degree. I guess it depends on the state, doesn't it? It depends on the state.
Yeah.
So, but this, yeah, I mean, you have the fluid and the means to like the fluid, and you know, obviously, like target a person. You know, you don't bring that stuff with you except to harm, you know, to hurt somebody. So you do all that, and you're just that's easy. That should be a pretty easy case of first degree murder to prove.
Yeah. It's not an accident, and it's not a crime of passion.
Right. Exactly.
That is pre-planned. You planned to kill someone. You might have not planned to kill her specifically, but you definitely planned to get on that train and kill someone.
Kill someone. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Let's lighten it up a little bit. Or should I say, heavy it up? Because we got to talk about FatCon.
Oh, boy!
Yeah, I thought of that, chat.
FatCon 25!
Hang on. It won't pause. Son of a bitch. Thank you. Okay. Let's talk about FatCon 2025. Oh, man. Chat, you should be able to hear this. Yeah, you should be able to hear this. Okay.
I went to a fat person conference. It was crazy. Let's check it out.
Man, his head looks tiny. So
we are at Philly FatCon. What is Philly FatCon, you ask?
Philly FatCon is really the first convention of its kind, made by plus.
Can you? Of course, it's got like a giant buffet table right smack in the middle.
That's funny.
Fat people for fat people.
Okay.
Here, you're in a space.
Look at this. The main congregation is in a fucking cafe. Like.
Oh, it's amazing.
Like, you can't beat the stereotypes.
Where you can build community with other people who understand your lived experience, who want to meet you, commune with you, and get a chance to know you. Build community.
No surprise, it's most.
I bet the Japanese are like fascinated by this. Because there's like nobody, there's nobody like this in Japan. Like, I can attest. I went to like 15 different cities in Japan over the course of 3 weeks. I rode on probably 30 different trains. I went all over the fucking place. I never saw anyone close to as big as this guy.
Mostly women here. I'd say for what? Like,
I love how he. So
I go back.
Yeah.
Other people who understand your lived experience, who want to meet you, commune with you, and get a chance to know you. Build community.
No surprise, it's mostly women here.
Damn, bro.
Fucking
Holy
face.
shit.
No surprise, it's mostly women here. Just a bunch of fat cat ladies. Just validating each other and their awful life decisions with each other.
I'd say for what, like every 15 women, it's one guy. What made you want to come to Philly FatCon 20?
I mean, if you're a fucking chubby chaser, then this is like ground zero. Like, you got to get yourself to FatCon. You know, like if that's what you're into, like you got the pickings. And you know that every one of these fat girls has like a dating profile that have like that you have to follow like a 666 rule, you know, like 6 feet, six pack, 6 figure, 6 inches, all that kind of shit, you know. So
bitch fucking 6 feet around, maybe.
This bitch don't walk, she waddles.
25.
Yeah,
I think just being in a
this bitch so fat that she gets lost every time she turns around.
Creative space with like people who can celebrate our bodies.
When you become a certain size, it definitely becomes a part of your identity. Once you're overweight for a certain amount of time at a certain amount of size, it really becomes part of just who you are. That's how you see yourself, even if you lose the weight. What made you come to Philly FatCon 2025?
As a fat activist, I...
Oh God, she's one of the few remaining living ones, I guess.
As a fat activist.
You ever notice that like the fat, that like the fat, like the healthy in any size, like that stuff like died overnight because like all the fat influencers literally died overnight. Like almost all of like the main, like not all of them, but like a huge chunk of like huge chunk of like the fat influencer diaspora like literally died just within the last like year and a half.
Oh God.
Yeah. Like there's a Blair White did a really good video about it where she just goes down the list and it's like one fat influencer after another like dead before the age of 35.
I want community, and this is the place to be for community.
What's a fat activist?
Someone who wants people to understand kind of the impacts of weight stigma and just having a larger body and what it means to kind of move around in the world.
What made you want to come to Philly FatCon 2025?
I came for the environment, being around like-minded people, being around people that are same as me, struggle with the same things, and
validation. It's women's. It's desperate women seeking validation. That's all it is.
Figure out best way to live life.
Community.
Yeah, community.
Did you have a good time?
I did. Yeah, and I'll be here tomorrow.
Awesome.
What about you?
No, I have to go. It was fun though, bro. It's
To
so
McDonald's.
cool that there's a community.
Look at this guy. This guy looks like he is the couch. It's like a couch with a head coming out of it.
For people to get together of like-minded individuals, but I don't know if this is where I should be, being completely honest. I don't want to be fat. So should I go to the fat conference where people are talking about loving yourselves for being fat? Should I love myself for where I'm at? You know what I mean? Or should I keep pushing and going harder and not accepting who I am to get to eventually where I want to go?
He's got the right attitude, actually.
Yeah.
Like he's asking all the right questions.
Don't know. If you have any advice, please let me know in the comments.
Yeah. I think he has the right attitude. Like he's like, I think that he's eventually like
Yeah, he's like, is this right?
like he recognizes that it isn't a good thing to be seeking validation about what you know deep down is not a good thing about yourself. That is actually like life threatening. Like, and he's aware of that. You could tell that he's aware of that.
Get out of my rice! Get out of my rice! You stupid fucking gnat! I will catch you with my fingers. I will squish you with my fingers. Perish. Crash. I don't care anymore. I will grind you between my fucking it's fucking gross.
No, but I think this guy, like, if there's one thing that's healthy about this guy, it's his mind. Like, I think he's not like looking for validation. He's actually like, no, like it's actually not good to be this way. Like, and he's like recognizing FatCon like what it's doing. Like he understands that like there's because he was here just like as a reporter. He wasn't there to be like an activist, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's FatCon 2025.
Because like how to put this? I understand exactly why it's mostly women.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's so obvious.
And it's because like it's not easy to lose that kind of weight. It's really easy to say, oh, just eat a salad or just do this, just do that. And here's the thing, even if you just change your diet to fucking salad, the issue isn't what you eat. Some of the healthiest things you can eat is fucking meat. Right? Like, the issue isn't what you eat, it's how much you eat. And how much you move, how much you exercise and shit.
Yep.
And sometimes the issue is just part of your, you know, like sometimes it really just is who you are, right? Sometimes you have genetics that are just, you know, you don't process food as often or as fast.
Yeah, the old like endomorph, ectomorph, mesomorph kind of classification system.
And it's just like
some people are mesomorph.
That's mostly bullshit, but it exists for a reason.
Right.
And it's because at the end of the day, there are genetic factors that affect how you metabolize food, right? Because we all metabolize differently, right? I metabolize food very, very well.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Right?
I'm actually amazed that like you didn't actually like start gaining weight after you stopped smoking. Like that kind of blew me away actually. Because usually because smoking like really like jacks up your metabolism, and I don't mean like it screws it up. I mean it makes it like really, really, really efficient and high. So once you like a lot of people when they stop smoking they gain weight because their metabolism just like plummets.
Plummets?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no. But yeah, and so like and that's something that just runs in my family, right? My dad, he has like a gut. He has a big old belly. He has lots of belly fat. But he's not a fat dude.
My dad's
dad
like
eats
that.
good.
My dad's like that too. You've seen my dad.
Yeah. My mom, right? Jay wants to bang my mom. My mom is hot. Pay can attest. My mom's crazy, but my mom hot. My mom's built like chat. Look up like female goblins on the internet. All right, and that's how my mom is built. My mom's built like a short stack. She's like 4'10". Okay, she's got like double D's, and everything she eats goes to her fucking ass and thighs. She's got like a little bit of chub on her, and that woman eats. She eats, right? And it's just because like my family like
it sounds like a
know,
classic like thick Latina build. What it sounds like.
Yeah. Yep. And it's just because like again, it's like we like in my family, it's part of our genetics, right? We just have good metabolisms, right? And my case is definitely like the most extreme of it, right? And so. It doesn't matter what my diet is. I'm going to be fucking skinny. I have some belly fat right now.
Yeah, but just like that's got to be weird for you.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm over 100 pounds for the first time in my life, right? And it's because Pay's feeding me. Right?
I know.
And so I'm gonna end up with like a body shape like my dad, essentially, right? If I don't go on a fitness journey, which I want to get stronger.
On a fitness journey? Okay.
Yeah. I've talked to Pay about like us doing fitness together, and with obviously opposite goals. So like in my case, I'd be trying to bulk, and then in her case, she'd be trying to like lose her weight, obviously.
Oh, okay. I tell you, like fitness, like doing fitness like with your partner is like it's so much easier to do it. Like my parents do that.
Yeah.
My parents my parents they swim almost every day, and there's no way they'd be active like that if it was just if they weren't with each other.
Yeah. Yep, that's something I thought about a lot when I first got together with Pay. It's like this might be like a good opportunity for me to come into like a healthier mindset and start exercising, because I used to be pretty fit. I used to be decently fit, not as fit as I want to be, but I used to be decently fit when I was like a teenager. And then vice versa, I like hopefully I can get her to feel motivated to become healthier, and then we can motivate each other. We can both improve each other. Right, and so that's something I've been talking with Pay about, because like she's scared to do it because she's tried it before, right? Like under her dad's guidance. Her dad is very fit. His dad is very fit.
Did I meet her dad?
He's my height. I think you did.
During 4th of July.
But he's my height.
I can't remember.
I think so. Yeah. He was there. He's my height, but he's like really fit because he's like worked in like construction. He does exercise, like all these things. He diets, the whole thing. And so, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, I don't think she's ever like tried to do fitness with your partner. And I don't think she understands like how much like being in that healthier mindset helps.
Yeah.
Cause like your mindset is definitely a big part of like that process. If your head's not in it, it's really hard to lose the weight. And that's like the biggest problem for a lot of people is that like, they'll be like, oh, I'm gonna, just work out and lose the weight. But they secretly are like, not secretly, but like, they haven't fully convinced themselves that they can do it. And if you're not fully convinced that you can do it, you're not gonna do it.
Yeah.
You're like, even if you put in the effort and you push through and you put in the effort despite not being convinced, your body just is like, well, I think we can't do it, so we're just not gonna do it. The mind is crazy.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah. That's the end of my rant.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh no, sorry, that's not my rant. What I was saying is that for a lot of women, right? I feel like a lot of women, women are not good at dealing with hardship, and so when they have hardship, they don't try to fix the problem. Typically, they try to excuse it, or they try to be affirmed through it, as if people being nice to them would somehow fix it for them.
Yeah, it's like the classic thing about.
I think I do think that's why most of those people are women.
Yeah, it used to be like a woman would, she would, make bad decisions, and then she would get fucking bullied relentlessly at school into fixing those bad decisions, and then when she would live a normal, healthy life. Now that woman makes all those bad decisions, and then she goes online, and then she finds a group filled with other women who have made bad decisions, and they get sit around in a digital circle, validating each other. It's like,
yeah.
So,
man, this is such a nice fucking fortune cookie. I'm gonna tape this to my desk so I can see it every day.
There you go.
And remind myself that the Chinese believe in me.
At least China's got your back. Okay, it's time for clips of the week.
Funny.
I have mine loaded already. I was doing it while you were ranting.
Oh shit. Let me look at mine. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead and grab yours.
Hold on. Payne sent me a lot of porn. It's past the porn. I'll find it though. My goodness.
Okay.
Here it is. Is it gonna open?
Oh yeah, it's not this.
That didn't open the way I wanted it to.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and start playing mine. So this is just disabled dogs having the time of their life. Look at all the little doggy wheelchairs.
Oh, that's cute. That one's in a wheelchair. That one's poor.
They're so happy.
Some of them are poor little Jabba the Hutts.
And then what do I have? Oh, there's this is a kid acing his driving class.
Yo, he's bugging. Yo, hold on. Slow down, you have to slow down. Yo, listen to the driving instructor. Listen to the driving instructor. Keep going straight. You're not listen to that instructor. Listen to that instructor, you're wilding. Yo! Hold on.
Oh!
Open the door.
Dude, I feel so bad for that fucking lady.
Me too.
I feel so bad for that lady. Your job is to you just can't. This is why like where I went to have my test, they had a tiny little area where you would learn how to drive, and the driving instructor has 100% has access to an emergency brake or emergency lever or whatever the fuck to just fucking stop you if you try to do this shit.
Well, they have they have the trading cars where there's pedals on the passenger side too, so the instructor can control the car.
Yep. And it's because you just can't just let people drive a car for their driving exam. In a low trust society, you just can't, because you got little fucking nigglets like these ones that'll fucking be like, oh my god, he bugging, bro. Oh my god, look at these fucking moves. Right? And his hype man's in the back, fucking,
I saw it on.
I
did this this morning on TGA. Let me show you something.
He just almost killed that fucking. He might have killed that fucking lady. I have no idea. I have no idea.
He could have killed everyone in that car.
Easily.
So. Yeah, I have 2 NDA where like the entire apparatus of like steering wheel with pedals and everything is also on the passenger side.
It's
Yeah.
matched.
Yep.
Yep. Co-pilot.
Okay, so this is a prank gone wrong or extremely right. I'll let you decide.
Hey, so you know what size wood I may need if like I need a wood like thick enough to probably like if I hit a person in the head it'll knock them out.
I would probably, well, I'll tell you what, let me show you.
Cause I done gave this woman 16 years old like she done had a baby on me with my granddad.
Oh Lord.
With my granddad.
Just about any of them. The lightest one that you can swing hard is a 2x2. It's only about this big, but it's pressure treated. It's filled full of liquid.
Okay.
And the drier it gets, the harder it gets.
Okay.
I'll show you.
because man, he think he playing. You know, he big and strong and everything, and he think he gonna try to play with me.
See, at my age, I don't even fool with it. I just shoot him. I mean,
That's what I'm
honestly,
saying. Then they end up having twins, man. Twin baby. And she gonna call me somebody. I gotta keep one, and he gonna keep the other one. And see, they over there playing. I went through the window and I seen them in the bed. That's why I need a plank that I can wrap him and probably knock the conscience out of him.
Let me show you what.
All right, let me see.
There's a lot more to that than you think there is.
Huh?
There's a lot more to that than you think there is.
Okay.
And what I was talking about is because of the way it's slanted.
Right.
It had to.
Okay.
They could stab him.
Yeah.
But that thing right there, it ain't gonna break on nobody's
All right.
head. It'll lay them wide open.
Man, I appreciate that, man.
No
That's what I need, man.
Good luck.
Yeah.
What a
bro
Chad.
expected the guy, I guess, to be like, oh, you can't do that. Bro, you ask a countryman how to kill someone, that countryman is gonna tell you how to kill someone.
Exactly.
All right? That dude's got a tattoo. All right?
He has
White
no
people with
problem
tattoos
being an
don't fuck with.
accessory.
Do not fuck with people with from the fucking white people have tattoos, okay?
The one that you sent, do you have like a link for it? Remember, I have a hard time like with download.
I thought I could send it as a fucking what do you call it? My brain isn't working.
Just a
I thought
download.
I could send it, as a browser thing. Cause I used to be able to open. I'm gonna stop using Brave browser, dude. Brave browser kind of fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie. It's been upsetting me. I appreciate the whole it doesn't share your data, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
I sometimes have to sometimes Brave browser makes me verify that I'm a human to do a Google search.
Yeah, it can be annoying. Like the security
What the fuck?
checks and shit. Yeah.
And just I don't know, just there's lots of aspects to it that are just weird and just dumb.
Yeah, I just use Chrome.
But there's this one. Pay sent me that one.
Okay.
See if you can open it. If it'll let you open it as a browser. Like if you click on it, should give you the option of
The download one that you sent me?
Yeah. Can I give you the option?
Hang on, let me see if I can. Maybe if I copy message link? Maybe? And then I go over here, maybe. That'll work? I don't know. Well, now it's in the browser. Oh god. Okay, let's. Okay, what if I make it full screen now? I can. Maybe. Why won't it do it? Go full screen. Son of a bitch. This damn thing. I swear to God. I can't get it to work.
That's alright.
That's alright.
I sent you a thing that Pay found and showed me.
Okay.
I also sent you a Glorb video. Did you know what Glorb is?
Doesn't sound familiar. I might know what it is. I just don't recognize the name.
Okay.
Let me. I'm just gonna cue yours up real quick. On other ways that you can send me. Okay. And then I'm gonna continue. So I have I have this.
That smell. What smell? You cannot tell me that you don't smell that. Okay. Alright, yeah, no, I smell it. That is bad. Where does a smell like that even come from? That was you? What? No, what? Then why are you raising your hand? Raising my hand? I'm not raising my... Wait, what? No, I swear I did. I'm not raising my hand. I did not fart. That was not me. What does that even mean? You are not making any sense. Just go to the bathroom.
It's so fucking stupid. I love it. And I got another.
Just show you how to do that.
This is like a Chad Dad moment.
Let me show y'all the little fadeaway, little Adrian Dantley baseline fade. Got a mic?
Yeah. He wants to get mic'd up.
All right, you got to go behind me. Old school skyhook on.
Here we go. Yep. Okay. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah. Too easy.
Y'all think this is hard, don't you? Piece of cake. About 2 degrees of slope right there.
This dude thinks he's a scientist. Maybe
Yeah,
he is.
It was 2. I figured it was 2.
Getting this miss. I
You gotta
know
figure
you ain't
the 2
making
degrees
that.
in.
Yeah, I knew that. Let's see that jump shot. Everybody thinks
Little
it's
set
awesome.
shot. That's what it's gonna be.
Okay. Oh, we got an
What you
R.
got? Go deep with this.
Best of luck to you. I think we're done for.
Oh, what you got, S?
Yes.
You're right. Let me show you how to do that. Let me show y'all the little fadeaway, little Adrian Dantley baseline fade. That's how you do it old school right there.
Oh, he's out.
All right, here we go. You ready?
What?
Yes.
What's
Oh, you might have an E.
Oh my god!
You're game.
Game, young man.
That's game.
Psych.
Don't you school me again.
Oh, I love that shit. And then this is a great. This is just. I'll just show it to you.
Here, guys.
The dog just like was just ready to just sacrifice the little chihuahua. It's like if the chihuahua lives, then it's fine. Oh my god. And then I have to be I always have to add in a little bit of narcissism, and I have to play my most recent short.
Happiness.
This isn't. I'm just loading yours. I haven't even seen this yet, so.
Here is a brand new song I just wrote about my current mental state.
I swear to God. Oh man. Okay, time for yours.
Yeah.
You have, what is this?
Salmon looks like this, you're doing it wrong. Here's what you should be doing. This is the no prep crispy skin method. To cook a good salmon on stainless steel, you just hit it with salt. We do this right before it goes on the pan. That way we're not drawing any moisture out. Then we put some oil on and we place our salmon onto a completely cold pan. Then we turn the heat onto low. Now you might be thinking, cold stainless steel pan, this salmon is definitely gonna stick. That is exactly the point. Let me show you. We go by the 90-10 rule when cooking skin on fish. Means 90% of the cooking is done on the skin side. And yes, any protein will get stuck to stainless steel, just like this salmon. But what does it do when it's almost done cooking? it releases itself. We don't just want our salmon to stick. We need it to stick to the pan because that's going to guarantee a golden crust all along the skin. The reason we start on a cold pan is because as it comes up to heat, it's going to render the fat under the skin and make it super crispy, kind of like pork crackle. When you get that golden rendered down salmon fat, you can start to baste the salmon to cook it more evenly. The salmon will tell you when it's ready to eat. All you have to do is shake it. If it's released, it's ready. We'll take it off the heat, rest it skin side up, and look at the difference. Soggy, leathery skin versus glassy, crispy skin. It's literally night and day. Perfect. If you're
Wow, that looks delicious. I love salmon. Yeah. Salmon is good. Okay. And then we have SpongeBob doing something. This is
so you've never heard of Glorb?
No.
Okay, click on his little fucking user down there, left. So this is what Glorb does.
Oh wow.
So Glorb makes like animated videos and like rap songs. Basically like themed around the like old cartoons.
Right.
So I like click on like any of these.
If I'm out in Kohak, don't say hi. I got a stick in that bitch for 5. You know at my lowest, I'm still getting high. And if I'm with Lois, I'm blowing inside. Make us a bitch, but I'll let it slide. Stewie the goat, I think that he bite. Pray on my deck and I fuck on my wife. But that's just a life of a family guy.
But yeah, so he writes these and then uses like AI voice to fucking like,
right,
you know, with the voice of the characters and have them perform it. It's so fucking funny. But it's like weirdly good.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
But yeah, that's I think that's everything I sent you.
Nope,
Did I send you one more?
You sent me one more.
That's right, I sent you one more.
No, happiness.
Happy penis.
Aw.
Ah,
10.
okay.
Austin.
Oh shit.
Can you say toe?
No.
May.
May.
Toe.
Go.
Tomato.
Monomito. The purple.
It is purple.
The purple.
Yeah.
What's up, Megatron? What's up, Megatron?
Hey, Megatron. Can you say Megatron?
Megatron.
Oh my god, he hard-armed it at the end.
T-E-L-L-A.
What's the word?
Peanut butter.
Happiness.
Oh my gosh. The fact that he wasn't hard-R'ing it at first, and then when he tried to correct it, he added the R in. Oh my god. That was too good.
That's funny.
Any more? Okay.
His face too, the fucking black guy's face.
I know, right? Yeah, that right there. Oh god.
That's so good.
That's so good. Oh man. All right. I like how the caption has it as Megatron too. It's like, that's not what he said. Auto caption. You know what he said. Oh man.
God,
That's good.
Funny.
All right. Well, that's the end of the show. That's all we got. What do you got going on next week?
That's it.
Oh,
Work.
you already said,
I'll be
yeah, you're
working.
just doing a lot of work and streams next week. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and as for me, I am, I'm just continuing with the Soma. We're continuing Soma. We're starting Yakuza, the man who erased his name, on Wednesday. And then we're going to be continuing Red Dead Redemption on Friday. And at one point, I I'm going to corner down Patho at some point and do that fanfiction stream. It will happen, damn it. But other than that, are you muted?
No, I'm sitting here. I ended up opening YouTube and I found something funny. Like right
You want to
away.
show it real quick?
Yeah, sure. Here.
All right.
I got distracted.
We can do one more.
I'm sorry. I got distracted.
Ma, come here, look.
What,
Look
Jay?
at this new gefilte fish.
Well, I
look.
hope you don't smell like your ex, Jay.
Ma, I told you that in confidence. Her pH balance
Well,
was
tell
off.
her to fix it. It's not my problem.
Ma!
Stay there for 10 seconds, you're gonna fall. Like, no way this shit true. It kinda look like.
Oh my god!
4 Mississippi, 2
Damn.
Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 8 Mississippi, 9 Mississippi, 10, yeah!
Okay, but you have to look forward. You have to look closely there. Okay, cool. Okay. I think you might need it though. Your glasses.
Man needed a clip. But so don't come with 2 minutes when they need.
Saskuta, come out for 10 seconds.
Yes.
That they pass 10 seconds. Why am I not falling? That they pass 10 seconds. Why am I not falling?
If you shut up and let it work,
Go and tell
and
that.
just pay attention.
Go and tell daddy to shut up. I'm not falling.
He's like leaning forward. You can see it.
So is this like a real phenomenon where like people actually are kind of like hypnotized into like falling forward when they watch this?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Like if you're watching yourself in the screen and seeing yourself fall forward, I think the idea is that you start to lean forward.
It's like a subconscious kind of response or something.
And eventually and so you mimic it and you fall forward apparently.
That's wild.
I haven't tried it myself, but
yeah, I'm like
this
really
isn't the
curious
first
now.
time
If it'll,
I've
I'm super curious now. Okay, well that's the end of the show, chat. We'll see y'all later.
Later, chat. Don't forget to go fuck yourself, selfie. Bye.
Watch is yours as always. Take care.